All right, guys. All right, guys. Welcome back to another live show, the end of the year show. Hopefully, everyone can hear me. See a lot of people in chat on today's show. Good to see. Good to see. We have a pretty interesting show lined up for you guys. Of course, this is the last of the year show. I will be putting the link into the live chat here in a little bit once we get started on things. Yeah, it seems like it. Seems like it. um, yeah, so it's going to be end of the year show. Of course, this is the Hoaxer resolution of for 2024. What are we going to do? How are we going to solve this issue? What are we going to do moving forward to the next year? We're going to call out some people for the last of the 2023. And two of the main ones are probably the biggest hoaxers, in my opinion, of 2023. And moving on to the next year, I'm sure we're going to see more and more from them. All right. Oh, yeah, that's what I forgot. I always, busy today, trying to get all these stuff loaded up and all the data situated and stuff. That's going to become a funny word here in a little bit. Data. And we basically there's one video I was going to show. It's in the thumbnail of this little boy, and basically I have a picture of it on my phone. I just didn't make a video for it to transfer it over here, although I could pop it up in the back screen here in a little bit. Basically, if you look at the thumbnail of the picture of the little boy, someone in a Bigfoot group posted it. It's a video, and downloaded one last thing, and then I'm going to look up that picture on this phone because I want to get what the person wrote exactly correct, because details are important. Integrity is important. Honesty is important. And we're going to take a look into some of those things, because moving forward in 2024, I want things to be different. I know I'm going to hold myself to higher standards, and I think everyone else should do it in their own way, and we should hold our community to higher standards, because it's way off in the woo land, woo department, as we'll take a look. So let me pull up this picture real quick so we can take a look at it. And I have been busy diving into a lot of things. All right, so I will hold up this picture so you guys can just let me see. Like this. I missed it. All right, so this is the picture of the little boy, and the caption at the top, which you guys cannot see. It says, I think I found an update or the product of the woman who claimed to have had a Bigfoot. This person didn't write it right. Okay, so I think I just found an update or the product of the woman who claimed to have had a Bigfoot have his way is what they wrote, have its way with her on a rafting trip. That's the story. She is telling her husband. I could be wrong. Of course, they wrote, that is the story, is telling her husband. I could be wrong. So apparently this dude heard a story about a Bigfoot having his way with a woman on a rafting trip and found this video of a real child of, I would say probably over the Middle East by the looks of the video, and claims to have found the update, found the product. Unrelated, of course. This is the crap that is out there floating around. Like, you have people throwing crap out there to see if it sticks. And of course, you have people who are nobodies just doing it, and you have people who have quite the following. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I can't keep track of what's going on in chat right now. But there are no moderators in my chat room. In fact, there are no one who's going to outright ban you for no reason. I am the only one who holds all the power, all the wrenches, and everything else. So if you get banned, trust me, I will be the reason for that, and I will let you know. You won't. On some of these other shows, they'll have like, "Oh my God, who banned me?" And then you see the host be like, "I don't know. On this show, I will know. We won't have this issue of being hoaxed or phantom shadow banned and stuff by random branches that I throw out there. So no. Okay, so let's get started with some of the lower tier stuff, which was that little kid. And I don't know why people post some of this crap on these groups. That doesn't make sense, and that don't really load. But we do have some pretty interesting stuff to talk about. I'm going to make sure this last thing loaded. Looks like something went wrong. Anyways, so we are going to take a look at an older hoax from a few years ago that we were talking about last week, and that was with Miss Debbie Porch. Now she got remarried, and so her last maiden name was Debbie Jones and stuff. Sisters of the Moon. And her hoaxing of audio and stuff. Basically, did present audio in multiple presentations and on some podcasts of particular vocals and stuff that were. I don't know why you guys are in chat or getting all like this comment and stuff. You guys can watch and stuff. I'm not sure what's going on. That's why I made the comment of there's no wrenches and stuff in here. So I don't know what's going on, but everyone's free to watch. Everyone's free to participate. I didn't mean to offend anyone by saying what I said. I said, if you basically piss me off enough, yes, you will get banned and stuff. So it's very unlikely to happen because it would take a lot. Getting distracted. Anyways, Miss Debbie Jones, Sisters of the Moon, along with some of the other members, were presenting, and we were going to show this, presenting audio at multiple different events as speakers and on podcast shows during interviews. Okay, we will prove it, and we'll prove it. We'll prove it right now. We got a couple clips to show, and her explanations of basically what happened to all this evidence and all the other evidence that could potentially be shown, because there's inconsistencies with her stories. It's inconsistencies, of course, with the person who was with on this particular occasion. This is the very first occasion, the very first all-nighter, as they like to talk about, or the nights of the first weekend of September and stuff. So Debbie was with a person named Carrie and another person who showed up as Harry and stuff. Now, there's a lot of different stories and variations that seem to come into play in the more interviews that I seem to watch, as in, basically, there's some chimes and stuff that were laid out, and there's audio of that. And then, of course, in other interviews and other stories, there's no mentions of the chimes. There's no mention of the chime audio and stuff like that, although it is presented one time. And so this is another thing and stuff. Well, I've actually never heard that accusation, but I have heard of in the scene and probably will read and show Debbie's defense and further stuff like that. Although DW having access to the laptop before it was ever shown to anyone. Do you know how long it would take to sit at someone else's computer to download something? And of course you have to, name it and then put it in a file space and do all that. And it's okay. I'm just saying, if someone was at my computer at a public event where I was speaking at, or the computer in question, which was the other sister members of the Moon, computer and stuff, the whole mix-up. That's actually in another segment we're about to get into. You would notice DW at the computer for more than a minute or two, and it would probably take, especially a person who's didn't know login password, and unless the laptop's open and all this, you would notice him standing over there like, hey, what are you doing on my computer? I really didn't tell you you're allowed to be on the computer or anything like that. Or was it, there's more details and stuff. They're going to be coming out. Let's show some of these clips first, and then when we get to that section, we'll get to there. All right, so the Debbie Jones audio hoaxing and stuff, where she basically had this weekend event, right, of all the spectacular stuff happened the first day, spectacular stuff happened the second day, and she only recorded just small little snippets of stuff. And she got caught playing Ron Moorhead's audio. She got caught playing this Kayla OTT audio. And then she was playing this for years and years and years at the symposiums and at the footstock presentations she did. And there's this other one that she did. So let's take a look right there. So here is Debbie Jones has presented her stolen audio as early as 2018. He's followed the MABRC Symposium Conference.
Having an adrenaline rush. We continued on while we were sitting there at camp. There were howls, whoops, screams. We continued hearing moans, but the moans began turning more into growls, low growls, all night long while we were sitting outside. We have, DW, we have another one on there that says good howls. I'm so creative with my titles.
Mm-hmm.
I was asking Carrie if she could hear it. Okay, and we've cut them into little snippets because we had, from the time we turned the recorder on until the next morning, it was like 13 hours, I think. So we set out, we recorded all night while we were out there, and then finally we decided we was going to go to bed. And we go.
All right, so that is the audio that she presented, and she claims that was her in the video that says, did you hear that? She says that. Debbie just said that. She said it. Did you hear that? I said that. She turns to the other sisters and says that she's the one who said that in the video, even though this is the original video audio clip presented by Kayla, not Debbie. And there's a small section in here that shows exactly the same. Here, it's exactly the same audio clip. Listen for it. Did you hear that?
you hear that?
Can you hear that? Debbie says that was her on the video, but said, did you hear that? Of course, this is the audio that supposedly got mixed, put into the files and stuff, right? Onto the computer or somehow, blah, blah, blah. We'll get into that. Because that's kind of how Mark and Larry get into this. And the comment about them not being relevant in 2023, it is a little bit because she's still giving interviews talking about this fantastic night with all this stuff, but she on almost all of the audio clips she's ever caught and said this from this night has been exposed as a hoax, as someone else's, Kayla's. It's been called as the Ron Moorhead sounds, and there is the gibberish audio that is originally from her, right? That is spectacular. But there is this other audio that I believe is from someone else, and there is someone else talking into it too. And Debbie, again, we'll show it here in a little bit. Debbie says that she's the person talking in that video. Now, that video and stuff in that audio clip, she doesn't talk about no more. She doesn't show. She doesn't present as this amazing piece of audio equipment. And she doesn't even, when Mark Newbell sends the Debbie gibberish and the Hey Debbie audio to the audio expert, none of the other audios make it. None of the audio supposed stuff that she captured makes it to him. Doesn't get checked out. In fact, it just seems to just disappear in her interviews. So basically, Debbie and some of the other sisters of the moon, because it was Debbie, Carrie, and then the person named Harry, I believe is her name. All of them ended up, of course, getting into it, of course, when they got exposed in the Bigfoot Odyssey thing, and they left or got kicked out of the Sisters of the Moon group, of course, of all this. And we'll read some of this here in a little bit. I got to show some more videos. Everyone in chat's all getting all antsy-pantsy about this and stuff. It's okay. It's all right. Well, we're going to take you guys through it, okay? If we need to keep going through stuff, I got a bunch of different stuff on YouTube, which I can hopefully try to present instead of these smaller clips. But we have some stuff. So just let me keep going here for a second. All right, so we have here to prove through audio spectrogram of these two sounds being played, these two audio recordings, one from Kayla and one from Debbie, who she claims was captured on the first night of September that weekend. And of course, she starts playing it and claiming she's the one in it who says, did you hear that? Or can you hear that? Or whatever the heck. And when you watch these videos of her explaining these clips, or you watch them, you watch the other sisters as Debbie presents the audio, and none of them look like they recognize the audio. None of them look like they're happy none of them look energized. Like they all just look like, yeah, this is what we heard. It's very strange and stuff. So let's get to it. All right, so here we're going to look at all three audio samples at the same time in their respective spectrogram. Of course, where Debbie says, did you hear that and stuff? She claims that's her. So this is from Kayla audio with her dog. That's the longer audio version. And the two bottom ones is what Debbie plays at her presentations at different spots. It's the same clip. Played at the same time.
Can you hear that?
Spectrogram don't lie. And, you know, what? Her excuse was, you know, she gave the audio file. She gave her audio thing to Mark Newbell, who got on the computer and put the audio clips together at the first symposium stuff, which I've watched the video, and they don't even play any of the clips that they play right there at that other event. They don't play any of the clips that they've ever shown at that first event that at least I have watched and listened to. And from that spectrogram, you can see that Kayla Ott's audio is at the very top with the longer clip, and you can see where Debbie plays her audio and claims she's the one who said, "Did you hear that?" Even though it is Kayla. Of course, you know, a person who had this fantastic Bigfoot encounter and recorded all of this doesn't know what sounds is hers, doesn't know what's hers, doesn't know. It spends years not knowing until finally getting caught out in Bigfoot Odyssey. And then, you know, the blame game starts happening between the sisters. But how could you record something, experience stuff, and then not know it's yours? Or how about this? There's a dog in the original audio, and it's huffing and sniffing. Did you not realize that there was no dog at your camp out, but there's a dog in the audio? We'll get going. There's more. Uh-oh. I don't know what I just did. Okay. I'm not even looking at the comments. I know they're flowing and stuff. I am going to try, I think, to present YouTube directly because I can have more access to stuff for you guys to be able to see. So let's take a look at some of the audio and stuff that they claim to be theirs and that they claimed was captured during this first September crazy weekend filled event that they presented in Bigfoot Odyssey's documentary. They eventually got called out for the Kayla Ott's one.
It's like this power saw. It went into a whoop, and it was
this is the mystery whoop. Audio that we need to find out what happened. All right, so that piece of audio right there, we need to help find out where the original source comes from. I don't believe it's Debbie and the Sisters of the Moon. If we can find out that piece of audio, it will help expose this hoax even more. That is the missing piece of audio that I think I've heard from somewhere. That if that piece of audio can be sourced to the original source, which is not Debbie, or it doesn't even matter who the original source is and stuff. If it's older and stuff, originally posted than what Debbie has found in its exact match, it shows again that she did the exact same thing on almost all the clips presented. The Ron Moorhead whoops at the Bigfoot foot fest or foot whatever it is, footstock. Where she got caught playing the Ron Moorhead audio. Again, this is stuff that, you know, her defense we'll get into, of course, is mixing sound and mismanaging and all this. But so this enhanced sound by Mark Newbell, if we can find the original source of that, that's another piece of the puzzle that hasn't got exposed yet. All right, so let me take a look at the comments because they're just flowing. And now I want everyone to kind of be nice and stuff. Don't be, you know, so ridiculous. But no, there are no moderators in here to to randomly ghost spam and shadow ban and all this. Yeah. I know. We get into this. We get into the Ron Moorhead examined the Hey W audio and the gibberish audio. And then in the email, of course, that Debbie shows as her defense, Ron Moorhead didn't really care about Debbie using his audio in a conference and stuff. He really didn't care. So it wasn't a big deal. So boop, 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 end of the deal was, there you go. She got caught playing Ron Moorhead's audio. We'll play it right now. Let me get it up. We have to watch more of it. She got caught playing. Let me try to do this. Ron Moorhead's audio, and basically it was tell Ron about it, and if he doesn't care, then it doesn't matter no more. Oh well, and it's not that big of a deal, and that's basically what that was. And then it's this the whole thing, This person gets called out for, you have this audio recording. She recorded it. Okay. She didn't have a computer. She was afraid it was going to lose all this stuff. So she had Larry help her download Audacity on her old laptop. She uploaded the files or snippets or clips or whatever to Audacity. And then it started blinking out, flashing. And then she hurried up and re-recorded all the stuff that she could before it magically, malfunctioned on the computer, losing all of her audio besides the small clips that she saved on here on her audio equipment. And then she would play for people and play and blah, blah, blah. Conveniently. Okay, let me go into this and let me try to. I don't know if this is going to work. Hopefully, with the new setup and computer and everything else, it will work the way I want it to. We will see. So give me a second to get this up, and we can just go directly at these videos and stuff, and you guys can hear it and see the whole context of it, because in her defense, which I'll have to pull up here in a little bit, on some of these video clips, of course, are taken out of context, especially the Ron Moorhead one, where she wasn't actually accused at the Footstock, and it wasn't really a big deal. And, she claimed that and this is when she emailed Ron Moorhead, she had audio before the two whoops of the Ron Moorhead audio she got caught with. There was more audio within it, so there was stuff before and stuff after the two whoops that sound exactly like the Sierra Sound whoops. And, that's the reason why, it's okay with Ron Moorhead. But it's just so dumb. So it's just everything I spent too long on this. Spent too long on this today. Okay. Let's do this. All right. So we are going to go back. This is when she starts playing the Kayla Ott audio. And we are going to look at the date and stuff. And this was Footstock 2018. I don't know the month of Footstock, but 2018. And also look how she explains her own audio. Look how she shows and reacts to her own stuff. She don't even know what's going on in this stuff. She's presenting stuff that she doesn't know. It's not hers.
Different, evidently. But anyway,
Yeah, this is the mystery sound.
I can't believe it. That's that weird sound. I can't believe it.
That's where she says, I can't believe it. And to me, it sounds like a guy. We can keep replaying this. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear this. You guys go to this video right here, and at 47 minutes and 0 seconds, you guys can watch where she says that it's her in this other clip, this mystery clip that if we could find the original source, this would be another, peg that she doesn't want exposed, because this piece of audio she did not send to the audio expert. Mark didn't send this to the audio expert, where apparently this wasn't good enough. But in my opinion, this is way better than the gibberish in some aspects, because it is a unique kind of whooping howl. But yet it seemed to have disappeared off the map, and not because of audio mix management and it got erased and all this. No. This is something that is not talked about and shown anymore. I wonder why. But, I can't find where anyone's called her out on this stuff. So let's listen to it again, where she's claiming she says something in the audio. To me, it sounds like a guy. It doesn't sound like Debbie. I've listened to Debbie all day. It doesn't sound like Debbie to me.
That's that weird sound. I can't believe it. That's that weird sound. I can't believe it.
That's where I said I can't believe it. Sounds like a guy to me. But that's my opinion. So if I need help, if someone can find the original source of that particular whooping howl scream or whatever, it's 2 whoops and some person who makes a comment about it, possibly to another person. I've spent all day looking and trying and diving and doing a bunch of stuff. And if we could find that is, I think, going to help put the cherry on top of this for sure, because it is another aspect of something that it's not been exposed, not called out on yet, but she's not proud to say it in a lot of her recent interviews and over the past couple years, past year, or at least past 2 years. All right, so let's keep a listen, because she's going to present more audio. So let's just go through it.
But we don't know what that scream or whatever sound was.
Yeah. Very excited and stuff.
Fast to where we're here on the off side, and then the zipper back, so you hit that again. And then about 57 seconds, there'll be another call, but you'll have to hear really close up. Sorry, y'all. Okay.
She's playing that off her audio. She doesn't even recognize him, the audio. You don't need to know what's being played to recognize it by hearing it.
About 20 seconds. Second call from the end.
Yeah, let's skip ahead. I think I have notes. I took notes for this one. But of course, I see some comments on Moorhead and the Spectrogram. Yeah, the hey Debbie and the gibberish. Only those two. Those are the only two stuff that Mark Newbell and Debbie and all the Sisters of the Moon and Beast TV boys put together to send to them to verify. Not the mystery howl, of course, not the other stuff where, not the chimes and stuff, because we can show the first symposium they were at, 2017, where they're talking about that first night and how the chimes are going like this, and like, no, it's impossible, and there's nothing over there doing it, and there's no wind, and they do play some chime audio, but that was, of course, never seemed to be played ever again on any interview, and it was never sent to them, nor was the mystery audio, where I suspected it's another piece of audio where Debbie recorded off of her audio equipment that has not got exposed yet. She did not throw it out to Ron Moorhead. She didn't give it to Scott Nelson, David Ellis, them two, both of them, stuff. Because all right, so let me all right. Moans. Okay. Timestamp. We went way past it because it was probably before the clip we played. All right. So here. This is where she plays Ron Moorhead's audio. That, of course, now she captured her audio equipment, right? That Mark Newbell helped put together for all her stuff, because they, were afraid to lose. He put it together. So the story is, on their first presentation, when they first met the Beast Boys, he helped put some clips together for a presentation. Okay. And then, Debbie's all afraid about losing the audio, and Larry comes over and helps her. And then she downloads the entire, I don't know if you guys know what Audacity, how it works. You download the entire file to it. And it doesn't take up memory, because on the other show, we talked about how her recorder is not a good recorder. It's very sucky recorder. Mark Newbell actually absolutely hated it and wished it got thrown out in the trash. So the recorder's not that good. It is not going to record in a type of file that is going to take up a lot of space. Even if you ran it for 24/7 for 2 days, 48 hours on an MP3, it's not going to be that much. And at most, even if it was on a WAV file setting, which it was not, it was probably most likely the average, it would only be a gig or two, which is not life-threatening in the storage capacity file of your computer. But anyway, so you download the entire file on Audacity, and then she decided to just splice clips up, and then, the computer's messing up, so she just starts recording small clips, and then she only got a couple, and then it was all lost. But the couple that she saved, that she said were hers, was the Kayla Ott one that she got caught playing, because how did it wind up in Carrie's Bigfoot Odyssey documentary? Because it came off of her audio. It came off from her stuff. It didn't get mixed in the very first day of the very first presentation, and it stuck around the entire time. She said that after the presentation, weeks after, she took it off of her audio, put it on Audacity, and then recorded it and saved all that she could, and the rest is history, conveniently. So the stories aren't adding up. And then, of course, the one dude said DW had access to the computer, which is a whole nother story that doesn't make sense. So let's take a look at this, where she plays Ron Moorhead's audio. It gets caught. gets called out. And in her defense, she says, well, she wasn't really called out on this. And they weren't really saying it's the exact same thing. And Debbie really doesn't even know what's going on once again. And this is not her very first presentation. This is Footstock 2018. Her very first presentation was at the 2017 Bigfoot Symposium, right? So this is not the same. This is not the same thing at all. This is not the same presentation. This is a totally different time, more time to prepare. Either you know what you got or you don't, right? What kind of excuses that she's been making is not really holding up years and years later, especially when other people look into this and can look at all the interviews, and there's tons of them, more than I want to keep doing, to be honest. All right. What did I... Right here. All right, let's play this.
These are two short whoops. That sounds just like that recording. Like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you. Sierra sounds? Sounds just like it. I mean, they were... Hold on, I gotta put my glasses back up.
Now, how come her other sister ain't saying nothing?
This one...
They don't defend it. They don't do nothing.
You'll hear a moan, a growl, or what sounds like a growl.
And then she just moves directly on to the next audio clip. Now, in her defense, she actually says this was taken out of context. She wasn't, she started playing. If you play more of the audio, there's the stuff afterwards. But she describes them as two whoops. She plays it, and then she describes the next audio clip, which is separate. In her defense that she posted about, she claimed that on this, and she sent this to Ron Moorhead. So she sent those clips to Ron Moorhead, and maybe had something before it, maybe had something after it, but Ron Moorhead, I guess, didn't look at it enough, didn't recognize his own stuff, was convincing because there was some stuff before it, some stuff after it, and the gibberish and the hey Debbie was just good enough that this is overlooked. This is stuff that she claimed happened the first night or the second night of this September trip. Okay, so, and if she got her audio mixed up somehow, well, then where's the mixed up audio, right? Where's the original audio that she got mixed up with? She recorded it and saved it on her audio and stuff. How did she save and record Ron Moorhead's audio that same night off the computer using this? It doesn't make sense. It makes more sense that she's recording different audio off of using her recorder off of a computer or a phone and stuff, and then claiming to be hers. Because if you look at her, you look at her sister, I think that's Carrie right there, their body language, don't they recognize the sounds? Like, they're not even going into explaining that, talking about that. If you listen to them talk about the nights and talk about what happened, they're very energetic, they're very compelling, it's a very emotional story, full of energy. But when they present the evidence, all that energy and all that, besides the gibberish and the hey Debbie, all the other stuff that they've ever shown and presented on any interview or all these Bigfoot talks and presentations and speakers, that energy completely is dissipated, completely is left the building. It's gone. It is gone.
And then another growl, and then a whoop and a growl. This is only 45 seconds long. That was a whoop. All turned into a growl.
The problem with what you're saying there is this isn't DW's event. This isn't DW's event at all. In fact, DW is not even there. This is Footstock. Well, I don't know if he was there or not. I'm not sure. But this is Footstock 2018. This isn't the Bigfoot Symposium, right? And they've, are you saying that DW mixed up the audio files for them and then to use at his conference, and that was it? See, this is where the story don't, it just doesn't line up. She made a post about, everything's on here, and then her computer deal. Well, the original Kayla Ott audio that got mixed up, that Mark Newbell helped edit and actually helped present for the very first symposium that they did. They don't know how he got it. In fact, they end up blaming Carrie Carrie, saying that, mistakenly, she might have just accidentally, because they used her computer to download everything to use at the very first symposiums, the very first conference they spoke at, that Mark Newbell was the one who doing all the audio stuff. Somehow, because one of the members were watching Kayla's clips and saved it and downloaded it and then sent it to Mark. So she downloaded it, renamed the file, sent it to Mark, and that's just how that happened. No one can explain how the Ron Moorhead audio got into there, of course, or the mystery audio that we need help finding out who's the original source of that is, because it's not them. All right, so let's take a look at my notes real quick, and then let's take a look at this other stuff, because she does present the same stuff at different events. The 2017 Bigfoot Symposium, I think the 2018 Bigfoot Symposium, she went back, or something like that. There's chat is flying. I didn't think it was going to be a hot topic tonight, but it's that Sisters of the Moon and the Beast TV really makes people cranky, because they seem like very nice people. They, present themselves in a very, very Southern comfort way, and it makes people judge them in a certain way. And I don't think we should judge a book by its cover. I think we should judge it by the contents of its character. And when we dive into past the surface of the book, of the story, and we get into the evidence, how they're presenting it, what they're talking about, and the consistency over the years, it doesn't add up. It's not what the cover says. It's not what the outside of the book looks like. Outside of the book looks pretty nice, but when you look inside the pages, it's missing some pages. There's holes and spit marks and colors, and that's what it's about. We're going to take a look into this when we dive into the Sqautchwatchers. It's like, you don't judge a book by its cover. And what I mean is, just because a person has a nice smile, talks in a particular nice fashion, is articulate, just because they're nice, just because the story sounds good, they make you laugh, they joke, does not mean that the contents of the character is not shit. It doesn't matter what's on the outside of the book. It matters what's on the inside, right? Everyone's all, pissy and, they're the ones who keep doing it at these conferences, and they only got caught out with Bigfoot Odyssey. They put the audio on there. That's the only reason they got caught. That's the only reason they stopped saying it was their audio. And that was the only time they stopped using the mystery audio, which they haven't got called out on. I don't know the original source, but she's Debbie, because Debbie's the one who's always, and Carrie before they had their fight, and then Harry, because the only two other people with Debbie on that night are kicked from the Sisters of the Moon because, they went against Debbie. And of course, they have their own back and forth, of course, of the reasons. But the fact of the matter is there's only one person from that night who's still in that group who's still saying it's all true. And while the other two are saying, no, it's bullshit. And they even called out some of these sisters saying that some of the stuff they presented and showed them and everyone else was fake. So, come on now. Everyone's just, this chat's going by pretty fast. Pretty good. So everyone can get a ball boy hurry. Don't matter. It's fine. Let's take a look at this gibberish that supposedly is, and we're going to play a clip of what Ron Moore had of them think, because I'm going to show both sides.
So when that happened, I think we probably, made whatever it was saying. It was like blah, 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 blah.
Yes, this
Blah, 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 blah. Just within seconds of that third voice.
All right, so that is the gibberish audio, of course, that she presented, that she captured on these same nights of all this other stuff. But the only remaining stuff is the Hey Debbie and this gibberish audio. All their other stuff got exposed as being a hoax, or they've stopped talking about it for some reason. And the chime videos, the chime audio don't matter no more either. And that was presented in the very first Bigfoot symposium that they were at. I didn't hear any, or it might have been the second one, I guess. What is the Oklahoma Bigfoot Symposium 1, or 2017? They were the first speakers at that. So, in that particular presentation, they actually don't play any audio. Well, from this video source that I have been watching, that is an hour and 2 minutes long. They don't play any of the Hey Debbie sound. They don't play the gibberish. They don't play the mystery howl. They don't play the Ron Moorhead vocals. They don't play the Kayla Ott audio from this particular presentation, which comes from the organizer. So, which is actually DW Lee. So, if there's any more video from the symposium that we can view, because they don't, from what I've watched, they don't even play the hoax audio in it. They play some chime stuff. They play some other stuff, but not the other stuff that they start presenting at the Footstock 2018 and the 2019 Bigfoot Symposium, which they do present the fake audio. So which is, it's fine. Maybe they didn't have time, the very first presentation, to get everything made, but they had enough time to make that's why it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. Timelines doesn't add up. They've transferred data back and forth with Mark more than once. So I keep getting distracted and bogged down to other stuff. So let's play this. You guys heard the gibberish, right? You guys heard the gibberish. I'll play it one more time, and then we're going to play what the audio experts thought.
Whatever it was saying, it was like blah 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 blah. Just within seconds of that third voice.
All right, so there's the gibberish. Oh, this comment is, hey, I think this is funny. This is from Red Creek Mafia. 39 people in your chat on a Saturday night tells me everything. You just do this shit for the clout, dude. You're just like Brent and the rest of them. Hey, on your show with Brent's interview, didn't a bunch of your wrenches like start blocking comments and blocking people? You notice on my chat, no one's blocked. Nothing's censored. No one's shadow banned on here, right? But on your show and your interview, you can't even run your program without people blocking comments the entire stream. I'm not blocking anyone here, not censoring anything besides the occasional Japanese trolls who throw in the anime links that will get you viruses on your computer. Those stuff get shut down. But so, you know, I find that's kind of funny. You're calling me out, which you've never talked to me personally. You're only listening to me on the show. Again, you're judging a book by its cover. But hey, you know, that's okay. It's okay. It's all good. I welcome these people here. I want them to look and try to look on their own and go look by themselves to figure out if what I'm presenting is bullshit or interesting enough that they should take a look at it. Trust me, I'm not calling anyone. I'm not being harsh. Trust me, I'm definitely not. So let's take a look at what the audio expert thought.
How Scott had said that he believes, you know, Sasquatch speak at a faster speed than human speech. And when David broke these clips down and was able to listen to them and slow them down and listen to it, he said that he heard Native American with Japanese inflection. And when he and I had been talking, you know, for that 2.5 hours, I had told him that it sounded Native American to me. And I said, it sounded kind of Asian too. And so that was really neat that, you know, not only did he say that, other people that have listened to it, because I have a friend, Ann Walls, and she also, had some of her friends from around the world, actually from all different countries, listen to it just to see if any of them, this was back, we had gone to Footstock in October of 2018.
2018, which is the video of stuff we were playing and stuff. So yeah, I showed right there actually that she sent the clips over, and you know, the gibberish is authentic in the audio expert's mind and opinion, and it's out of the range. If you look further into it, it's out of the range of human capability. Well, my opinion is I think that's kind of bullshit. I think that's some real bullshit, and this is based on all of the other evidence. The hey Debbie and the gibberish. That's the only stuff they sent the dude, not the mystery audio of pretty incredible vocals, right? I've been trying to find those all day. They are pretty unique. You would think that you would want to send them. No one's called her out on that particular audio. No one's called her out, but yet for some reason she don't talk about that piece of audio evidence. She didn't send it to the audio expert to get checked out. But Mark Newbell did enhance it. The buzzsaw audio is what it is called. Buzzsaw audio. The buzzsaw. And that is right here.
It's like this power saw, it went into a whoop. And it was a perfect whoop. But that was in front of us, and as soon as that ended, from behind us, kind of over our left shoulder, was an identical sound. I mean, it sounded like it could have been the same creature doing it. And I remember saying, this is so freaking awesome.
or freaking unbelievable or something like that. I was so amped up by this point because never in our life had we had any of this stuff like this happen, not to this extremity, you know. And so it went on through the night while we were still sitting out there that there were howls and calls and whoops, and we could hear twig breaking and snapping, you know, out in that wood line.
Can you hear that?
You know, we'd get up and move. We tried not to jump up and down because it was so awesome.
Okay, so the very last audio that you heard, of course, was the Kayla Ott audio clip. And this was played in the Bigfoot Odyssey documentary. And this is how they got exposed. They got called out and, oh my God, they don't know how this audio clip got, mixed in. And, it goes all the way back to the very first time they met Mark and at the symposium, supposedly, all the audio files were created then and then somehow saved on her audio device with the original audio on it. And then she loads the original audio on her own computer and all the clips, then tries to save it and then tries to re-record it back on her audio because her computer's all funking up, even though it's when you transfer stuff off audio, like off this, you don't have to delete it. And of course, she did it for memory. I was doing it for memory and stuff, but it doesn't fucking make sense. When you look and you go through, it doesn't make sense. Why should it? It's a hoax. It's a lie. When you keep lying and have consistent lies and you keep telling the same story over and over and over and over again, and you have fake audio that you keep presenting that is not yours, and when you keep presenting it for years and years and years and years, 2000 for a whole year at least, well, 2 years, because the Bigfoot Odyssey was in 2020. So for 2 years, you keep presenting the Kayla Ott audio, you keep presenting Ron Moorhead audio, and then the mystery audio, the moans or whatever you keep calling it and mix-mashing it and renaming it and stuff. Because when you show it or you present the audio or you talk about it on a presentation and stuff, they're so stiff about it. All of them look like they've never heard it before. We're going to play some more. Let's get through these clips first because this is what we're supposed to be doing right here. And then we'll look at these bigger stuff that we can. Now that the YouTube seemed to work fine, it didn't have no issues in your guys' end that I can see. We'll be able to show basically everything, anything, as long as it works.
That is an awesome audio clip. Shelly,
thank you.
Tell
Talking
me
about the gibberish.
Your impressions when you first heard that audio clip.
Oh gosh, like everybody, I just got chills. I knew it was authentic. You cannot, I don't think a human could sound like that. It was just, I just knew she really had something. I'm really jealous because I wish I had something as good as.
But 2 weeks later, when we were at that symposium, I mean, it was just 2 weeks later. And of course, it was, I had it on my audio recorder, and I had both of those audio recorders with me. Those were the only two I had at the time. I didn't have that new Zoom at that time. And so, of course, I had both of those audio recorders with me because we were also camping during that symposium. And so when I met, Mark and Larry, that was the first time I'd ever met y'all 2 weeks after recording that gibberish. And
now there's two audio and stuff, but only one captured anything that she tried to. Only one had all the main stuff that mattered. The other one, like the Sqautchwatchers, Tate says, I don't know. Let's play this next one.
And for you guys, literally, there's no telling where that gibberish would be. It would probably still be on my little black audio recorder. And then, of course, that silver one has the Hey Debbie on it. And because that was the second night, we had to change the settings and everything from the first night because there had been so much, background noise and white noise or whatever on the first night. But if I had not have met you guys, there's no telling. That gibberish may still be sitting on there, and
Well, still, what disappoints me the most about this clip is the activity y'all had, and you had the other two on the audio too, saying something, and then the big one that you got the audio of saying something, and the tree pushed down, and for some reason it wasn't clipped out with the other two, the one and the tree pushed down.
Yeah. Well, and that was, I think I told you that when this was a few months, of course, after you and I had started dating, you kept saying you've got to get that audio off of your recorder and saved. And so I got out my old trusty laptop. Wasn't so trusty because, it had already been messing up whenever I'd used it years before. And that's why I never used it. But I was trying to get what I thought was the important things, which was the gibberish. And I thought it was pretty cool how the tents had got, our tent had gotten hit twice. To me, that was awesome. I'd never had a Bigfoot or supposed Bigfoot or something hit our tent. And so I wanted to make sure I got that and stuff. And so I had clipped the gibberish and those tent hits and some of the other, calls from the night. And that's when the screen, started flashing off and on and about gave me a heart attack. And I was worried I was going to lose it. So I was recording stuff back to my audio recorder. And anyway, the tree crashing, I mean, that's what was so cool. That was just the most awesome night. I'm still just getting excited talking about it again. What was so
Okay, so she's recording stuff off of one audio, two audio, not really sure. Gibberish came off, some stuff came off the one. The Hey Debbie came off the silver one. So the Hey Kayla Ott, and I have to pull it up on my phone now. The Hey Kayla Ott audio clip somehow got mixed in with Debbie's presentation at the very first symposium, right? That's the allegation. And then it just stuck with him. She just claims right there, after the fact, she recorded everything off of her audio on here onto her computer and then saved it somehow through the most bullshit means ever. And then started presenting it at other conferences like, Footstock or the 2019 Bigfoot Symposium. She's sewing stuff off of her audio that she saved from that night. How did the Kayla Ott file get into that mix if it was already separated and on Mark's computer, and that's how it was first there. What? So you see some of these comments in here like GW was messing around with it, the reason why. Then some of her defense when she made posts about it and stuff was pull it up. Let me pull it up so I don't misquote anything. We pull it up right here. This is the. You guys can't see it. It's all white. And I didn't have time to put it on here, but I guess I can read it, of course. It says, I first met Larry Porch and Mark Newbell, both from Tennessee, on September 30th, 2017 at the MABRC Symposium. They were the first to hear the audio recorded at the Tribulation Bay, which was 2 weeks earlier, which is that weekend of September, the all-nighter. The name keeps changing, so it's kind of sometimes it's hard to keep track and find that particular story when they keep calling it different names. But whatever, it happens. Okay, I played it by holding my audio recorder up to their ears at the symposium. Other people at the symposium wanted to hear it after they heard us talk about it, so I played the gibberish for some of them that way. Larry and I saw each other again in November of that year, and we started dating. He was always, again, this is what she said in that video, he was always trying to tell me that I need to get the audio off of the recorder before something happened to it. I told him I didn't have before something. I told him I didn't have a laptop or anything to download it and couldn't afford one at the time. We only got to see each other occasionally. We lived in other states. Finally, in late summer of 2018, I began digging through old storage boxes, looking through my grown kid's computer, and they had used in high school, whatever. I finally found it in storage, but it wasn't in great condition. When Larry came to Texas to visit me, we used his hotspot on his phone to download Audacity to that computer before he headed back to Tennessee. Later that week, we sat on the phone as he led me through the process of how to upload the audio file from that first night to Audacity from my recorder. I uploaded the whole first night audio and then deleted it from my recorder since it was taking up space off of what one recorder. Because there's two different recorders going. I uploaded that whole first night's audio, then deleted. Later on during the phone call, he led me through snippeting the audio clips, and he tried to help me filter some while on the phone. Doing so, my computer began freezing up. Because I thought it was the Audacity program. We continued trying to snip and filter the clips, but the computer screen began flashing and going black. So I went to the big panic, worrying, and I was going to lose all the audio. So I told me to record what I could back to the recorder. One recorder. Which one recorder? I don't know. Doesn't say. Which I began to do. I got several of what I thought were the most important audio snippets recorded back to my audio recorder before the computer did end up crashing, and I lost everything else of the first night. But fortunately, I was able to save several clips. A month or so later, okay, so she's only talking about the first night, but there's other audio that was captured. There's a whole night of audio that was captured the second night that, in her defense, she didn't even mention, doesn't talk about. It is like she's not getting called out on the stuff that was happening the second night, so we don't need to talk about the second night, right? Or the second recorder, or, so she took off of one recorder and only had time to do that before it messed up. Didn't sound like you got to the second recorder, right? Which you had different stuff. You had Hey Debbie on one recorder and you had the gibberish on the other recorder. So which one is it? And I'm pretty sure when she's saying in this right here, she says, I began to what I thought was the several most important audio snippets before the audio clash of the first night, which I believe the Hey Debbie comes from, which would be the silver audio recorder device. It's one or the other, right? And she's not talking about the other one. Anyways, let's keep going. Let's keep reading what she says. Obviously, this is what she has said, and people can verify by have read the posts and stuff like this. Obviously, I'm not making this up on the spot. All right, so, but unfortunately, I was unable. Okay, but fortunately, I lost everything else of the first night's audio, but fortunately, I was able to save several clips that only turned into several clips that dwindled down to two that only mattered because they're the only ones that didn't get called out on or haven't been discovered as of yet. A month or so later in late August or early September, Ann Wells asked me to come and do a small event they were putting together at a campground for friends only called Footstock. She asked if I would talk to the group, asked if Carrie Martin would come, and we would talk about the exciting all-night activity we had the previous year. I didn't realize I was supposed to have a presentation of sorts presented that morning, right, at Footstock. So this is a different one. So I speak to Daniel Allen Jones, the Vortex. He took all the photos I had, took some photos that I had off my phone at Tribulation Bay location and created a slideshow. And then he connected a cord from his computer that was connected to the speaker directly to my audio recorder so that I could play the audio for the people there. That was the very first time that Carrie and I ever played the audio in a public setting where we had an hour to speak and a lot to fit in that hour. So I rushed to get in it all. And that is the, which we actually have right here, which we started playing. The Roundhead accusations, you got called out. The Debbie Jones and Carrie Martin, Sisters of the Moon, pulling an all-nighter. That is their presentation at the 2018 Footstock, which we just played a little bit of, and we can keep playing. That was the very first time, right here, that ever played any of the audio in a public setting, right? This is after she went and saved and had the mishandling of her own audio, right? This is after that, right? It was the very first time in a public setting. We had an hour to speak and a lot to fit in, so I was rushing to get it all in. It was very exciting to hear it all played over the speakers and to be able to hear it. They didn't seem excited to be able to hear it. And well, since it wasn't very loud on the recorder, people in the audience talked back and forth with us while we played the audio. We'd answer any questions they'd ask. When I began playing Two Whoops, Ann said it sounded like the Sierra Sounds. Not in an accusational manner, but was excited about it. Yeah, we just played that. Someone calls her out, and then they just move on directly to the next clip. Excited to hear something of our audio that sounded like some of the whoops from the Sierra Sounds. I had only, so she's claiming right here. So when I began playing the Two Whoops, Ann said it sounded like, you know what it sounds like? You know, the Sierra Sounds. Yeah. Not in an accusatory manner, but was excited about it. I stopped the clip, thought it was exciting to hear that some of our audio sounded like some of the whoops from the Sierra Sounds. I only heard the Sierra Sound gibberish before the samurai chatter portion and thought it was pretty cool. Because there's a longer version of the Sierra Sounds where there's whoops, these same whoops. She's just claiming that they sound similar. When I continued playing to the rest of the whoops and moans, they were on the recorder. I finished up by playing the rest of their audio with the gibberish. Yet in the clip that was shown, which is the hoaxing video with the automated voice, accusing us of stealing the Sierra Sound whoops. They cut the video clip short before the rest of the audio of more whoops and moans is played. But when we play it, she cuts the clip herself and she moves on to a totally different video clip, which we'll just show it right now because we might as well. And this is why we're talking about this, is because if you believe all the bullshit that they said to cover face of the hoax, and then you believe all the other stories of the Bigfoot stuff, oh well, this happened, and conveniently they on a lot of these interviews they somehow can't record anything else. They don't know how to work anything else. There's several times where even Larry's like, but you didn't have the recorder going, did you? And it's kind of hilarious. Like even themselves are calling them out. Like, yeah, you heard all this stuff going on at totally different events, but you didn't have the audio recorder going, right? All right. So let's show this again because she's talking about it and she says, that it's not the same clip. It's just, and that person, snipped it too short. There was more audio that, shows that it's not the same video, which is a lie because we could show it right here because it's on the internet. It's here for us to discover and look at. Everyone's getting all all tight about it, but like, this is why you don't judge a book by its cover, because it looks nice, the cover sounds nice, smells good, has a pleasant vibe and stuff, makes you feel good about how the interview goes and makes you laugh. Doesn't mean when you open that fucking book up that it's not bullshit. And that's kind of what it is, I think that's what the Bigfoot community is really struggling with is they're judging a book by its cover, not in a bad way, but in a false way of believing everything that book cover says, even though common sense and evidence shows us that it's bull. So let me go to my notes to make sure I am lined up because I want to make sure to place the 44. Okay. So let's go back.
These are two short books. That sounds just like that recording. Like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you. Sierra sounds? Sounds just like it. I mean, hold on, I gotta put my glasses back up.
All right, so here's the long clip.
Okay,
where is it?
It's a whoop, and then you'll hear a moan and a growl, or what sounds like a growl, and then another growl, and then a whoop and a growl. This is only 45 seconds long.
So that's it. That's her clip. She moves on to the next audio stuff. It's not a longer clip. There's no longer clip. There's nothing before those two whoops. There's nothing after those two whoops. There's just a whole totally different clip. And there is no and look at her face. Look at their expression. Was that excitement? Was that excitement when I began playing the two whoops and said that it sounded like the Sierra sounds? Not in an accusatory manner. It kind of doesn't really sound like that, but she was excited to hear about it, right? I stopped the clip and I stopped the clip and thought it was exciting to hear that some of our audio sounded like some of the whoops from the Sierra sounds. Did she look excited about that? Did she look excited there? Did the other sister, Carrie, look excited? Did they look like they recognized those sounds? These are the sounds that we recorded, right? This is where the mismanagement of the files came in. at this Bigfoot symposium, or at the Bigfoot Footstock, right? Which is over in Oregon. This is not the Bigfoot symposium when they first, which we'll get into it because she starts calling them out. So, do we need to play it again? Look at him. Okay, so that, and again, this piece of audio, never made it, or is gone, isn't talked about, isn't shown. Like where is that at? Doesn't really have a name. Doesn't have a name. Wasn't put in the Bigfoot Odyssey documentary, to my knowledge. Again, one of those supposedly audios from the first night that poof disappeared, gone, along with the chimes, because at the very first talk that they had at the 2017 Bigfoot Symposium, they were talking about the chimes. They actually have a chime there and are talking about how it's swaying this way, way off this way. It's making all this racket. And when they play the chimes, it kind of just sounds like normal chimes. That audio supposedly never made it again. And of course, they couldn't go back and find the audio on any YouTube videos to then recapture to have. She's really good at recording stuff off of her computer back onto their audio. Really good. Off of one audio recorder. She had two, one for the first night, the other one for the second night, but only one really mattered. It doesn't matter. Because it's all been rinsed, washed away. So there we have it. She again, and this is where it's at, And then the blame game starts happening, and Carrie and Debbie are the only ones who were there on the main night of all the craziness happening with the audio stuff. So this is what happens when you lie, you hoax stuff, and you have another person that's with you. You have to consistently make sure your friendship lasts, because if it doesn't last, your lies will get exposed. It falls apart. Everything falls apart. And if you're on stage with your sister presenting audio that you didn't hear that night, you didn't even know was there, you don't recognize, you don't respond to, you don't react to on any time they ever show it, they don't react in any way besides the gibberish and the hey Debbie sounds. And it's okay. People want to. The problem is, people are like, well, it's okay. It's okay that they played the Ron Moorhead audio here. There is no full clip. There is no defense that she's talking about. It does not exist. There is no proof of that. There is no longer clip of before and after. There is just that. But, she sent it to Ron Moorhead, and he didn't recognize it, or the other stuff was okay. And since, Ron Moorhead didn't have a problem with her using it this time or whatever other time, it's okay. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good, guys. She managed the files. Mark Newbell helped enhance, manage some of the files. They don't know. Let's keep reading from her defense so we can wipe our hands off of this junk and stop talking about it, because when you keep watching them if they're going to do another interview soon, I'm sure. They never did get their GoFundMe all paid for, so they're still left hanging. Who knows if they ever went to Georgia or whatever the heck they were trying to fund to go. It's because if they're lying about the very first night that got them started and everything, if we can prove that every single audio is fake, and then all the stories are fake. All the main story that got them started, everything that they puts all their energy into is fake. I mean, like everything else is most likely fake or just just normal animals and stuff. Like this is not professional. These are not professional Bigfoot researchers in any sort of way. These are just, I would have normally said if Debbie wasn't hoaxing and pushing so hard and get caught with all the audio, I would say they're just a bunch of nice women out in the woods having fun, and trying to just get lucky. But with all the hoaxing and you're pressing and you're telling the story, you're presenting stuff that is not really happening, not reality, it needs to be called out on. And if it's a couple years old, it doesn't matter. A whole generation of people needs to hear it, because when they watch the Beast TV and all the crap interviews and they don't vet anyone. They don't vet any evidence, and they have to hide and do this and that. They're not audio experts. They had Patrick Vaughn on playing coyote sounds. Mark Newbell said it's unknown cryptid creature. It's a fucking coyote, man. Like a lot of these sounds and stuff, that I was looking on all these websites trying to find. There's a lot of coyote sounds that people think are Bigfoot, and we need to step up our game. We need to call hoaxers out. The solution is to expose them to the point where, they basically can't be trusted again. Because what is the point? They cried wolf, 3 times, and the next time they find something good, it's like, well, I guess you got lucky, but it's like, it doesn't equal value. It actually just hurts us in the long run, because everyone's drinking the Kool-Aid of, oh, well, the story sounds nice. They're a nice group of women. Oh, they're out there. They're fearless. They're getting it done. The boots on the ground, Yeah, they got some really good stuff that, turns out to be fake and all this. It's just like, it's fake. It's not reality, man. And people want to get upset about it. It's like, it's like a storytelling, you're creating a character type, a hero, the sisters of the moon out there getting it done, and they're not, and nothing's going on. It's fantasy. And like, we're building data and, thinking this shit's real because of them. And, this gibberish and stuff is supposedly real. The Hey Debbie's real because Dave Ellis or Scott Nelson or one of them with Ron Moorhead says it is and stuff. Like, when it's presented by people like that, it makes me question, their skills, because, they are supposedly the best of the best that we have access to, right? That are in our community, right? But if this is proven a hoax or, fake, or we can find the original source of that gibberish, which I believe is some fucking Japanese dude out in the jungle, it's like, it kind of does discredit them in a way that they really didn't know exactly what's going on. They are not the experts. And we do kind of need that, even if it's bad for them, because everyone needs to step up the game. It would just show that everyone needs to step up the game. We can't judge a book by its cover. Like, we need to read the contents and the whole substance and judge it that way. That's the only way, not the stories, not the, firsthand accounts of, there's a lot of nice people out there. There's a lot of people who are friends. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't want to call them out because they've been so nice to me and they're my friends. And it's like, well, yeah, but okay. But as a Bigfoot research and information gets spread, you're tolerating false information and bullshit, hoaxing. You're spreading misinformation. It's not real. It's not going to help in any sort of way at all. All right, so we're wiping our hands with Debbie. We can keep showing a couple stuff. I guess I have to keep more reading. Yep. That's pretty much it. And this is what it is. It's not about integrity. There is no integrity for these people. It's about money. It's about, building fans, having this family, we're family. Family don't call out family and stuff. Well, family doesn't lie to family either and stuff, All right, so I guess, of course, when they go out with Mark and the Beast Boys and stuff, now all of a sudden they are starting to have stuff happen, but they can't record it. They never can record it. I've watched several of these more recent audios, recent interviews, and they didn't get nothing. They can't show anything. They do have a couple stuff. It sounds like a coyote and possibly an owl, and it's sad. All right. She says later in this, she says, I have the clip from the Facebook video that they didn't show in the hoax, the full version of the video that I just showed you that she's lying about. She says, I have the clip from the Facebook video that they don't show in their hoax video saved to my computer, and I will. I have the clip from Facebook video, and she's trying to post it to another Facebook group, but she can't off of Facebook, right? So I saved the video to my computer, and I will try to post it here in this Facebook group for those who want it. Update: the video is too large to upload. Oh, sorry. I can't show you guys. I can't copy and paste a link to the video of where it's on a Facebook app, because you can do that. You could do that years ago. I will just send it to you if you Viva email request. So she says, I emailed Ron Moorhead as soon as I was made aware of all of this info of him, of the accusations. And he replied, no worries. It's good. So it's all good. So good. Ron and I have talked many times regarding my audio. He has copies of it. I believe that if Ron has no worries about it, then no one else should either. His email is shown below, which I can read if everyone wants, but I just want to be done with this. It's important to note that shortly after Footstock and contacted me, she's talking about the gibberish and stuff. But basically, she sent some audio to Ron Moorhead, and Ron said, no worries, it's all good. Either he didn't take a fucking look at that particular clip, or he didn't care about it, and he only cared about the other gibberish and the Hey Debbie sounds. But says, hey, no worries, he doesn't care. It's all good. Doesn't matter how it got mixed up. Doesn't matter if it sounds the same. She's never played that same audio ever again, by the way. Just saying, when she just said in her defense that it's not the same, and that, we can't show the full clip of her showing it, and she sent the full clip because there's moans and there's some stuff before and after those particular whoops that are Ron Moorhead's. She sent the full clip to Ron, and that's when he said, and no worries and all that. Like, okay, well, I guess you guys are friends, and, when you're friends and don't want conflict, and it's like, yeah, no worries. No worries. Let's focus on this other cool stuff that is interesting, which is that Japanese Native American gibberish, and then the Hey Debbie video. All right, so let's get into another group, because we've got a couple more videos to do, and we're way behind. But we're jumping from Miss Debbie Jones and the Beast TV boys, Mark Newbell and Larry Porch. Not Debbie Jones anymore, Miss Debbie Porch, Mrs. Debbie Porch, as they got married. And so, I think, it just lies upon lies, and, you pick sides and you stick together, and you have to keep forcing the lies. And of course, when they go out and do this and do that, and they find spectacular stuff without leaving camp with 30 people there, it's like, meh, okay, sure. And you got known hoaxers there. Mr. Larry Porch, who likes to wait till everyone's sleeping, and then he'll go out wasting your money and your gas. Why go there? All right, so let's jump into this. Let's take a look at some of the stuff, because apparently over the last few weeks, from us calling out the Sqautchwatchers, we're jealous. We have an ego problem. they're very honest and have integrity and are not hoaxing in any way. I guess. Breaking news.
Simply because the people who came.
Bigfoot community is a diverse and passionate.
Everything's going crazy.
Bigfoot community is a diverse and passionate group of individuals united by their shared fascination with the elusive creature that has captured imaginations for decades. However, within this tight-knit community, an intriguing phenomenon exists. Curious mix of joy and envy that sometimes surfaces when some members witness the success and popularity of others within the community, whether it's research funding, media attention like a television series or documentary, or partnership deals and endorsements. There are some out there that aren't always so happy to see others around them succeed. I recently sat down with Dave, Tate, and Taylor, otherwise known as the Sqautchwatchers, a young Bigfoot research team from Hickory, North Carolina that have been on the rise for a couple years now. You should check them out. Congratulate them on the success of their channel, streaming series, Bass Pro Shop partnership deal, and to see if we can get to the bottom of this jealousy thing. It seems to be nagging at them lately. Check out the interview. Let's talk about the year 2023 for the Sqautchwatchers, dude. First of all, congratulations on freaking everything, dude. The Bass Pro Shops, the streaming channel, the YouTube channel, everything's fucking falling in place for you guys. So give us the high notes of 2023 for you guys.
Dude, I'll start off with this one. My biggest high note, this is just kind of, this goes for the team, but Tate and I, and this is no lie, we stuck to our guns and we betted on ourselves, and him and I turned down, I don't know how like Christianity you are, but kind of got deep for us, like with rituals going on. We turned down, we betted on ourselves with YouTube, and then after that, that's whenever we landed the Bass Pro, and so we turned down basically a show that was on a silver platter, but it just didn't align with my religion too good. Then we bet on ourselves, man, and David can get into the Bass Pro and all that. I mean, that was.
Well, I always try to stay grounded, whatever we do. And the guys will call and they'll ask me certain things, and I'll tell them, guys, that's not where our moral values are at. And you got to be careful what you chase. And I'm so proud of our group for the decisions that they made that have nothing to do with me. And they chose to stick to their moral high ground. And it's paying off in droves. Not only with our membership, the people who subscribe, but we're being noticed because of our genuineness, our honesty. We're putting stuff out there. We got noticed by Bass Pro.
I was surprised by this one. I really was. We made the news. This channel made the news too, because I'm pretty sure that I'm the only person who's consistently called out these guys in a different video and different bullshit that they've shown like every week for the past since we've started this show. So that'd be like, it's our 12th one, give or take. So we made the news because I have been calling these guys out, and we're going to show these clips here of them. We're going to keep hearing this. That they only post stuff that is full of integrity, and then they'll go into some, they'll just post whatever they want. And we're all jealous because of the success. Not that we're pointing out the hoaxing. No. We're just jealous of stuff. This is, judging a book by its cover. That's what we're doing. That's what he's doing too. Judging a book by its cover. We're not analyzing the contents of its character, which we've shown several times on here of them promoting bullshit, of them legitly hoaxing on stuff, falling for normal owl calls, everyday coyote calls, and saying it's Bigfoot, promoting it. And you'll hear it from them that they only promote stuff that they stand behind. And it shocked me because it's like, this is not when you're giving praise to a hoaxer and you're congratulating them on raising to the success, and you claim to have integrity and they're honest and trustworthy, but when you look at their page and look at the actual stuff they've shown and claim and how they actually act out there, it's not The words obviously have no meaning when you throw them out there.
Simply because the people who came to us and says, hey, we want to try to help promote you guys because of how you present yourself.
Once you get, like, we can't control who subscribes to us, who doesn't subscribe to us. And once you get over like this threshold of subscribers, everyone already makes you public enemy number one. It don't matter if they've been your friend for years or friends for 10 minutes, they hate you. They think, oh, you're in it all for the money. Dude, there's no pay in this. But it come off, we do on our YouTube, our subscribers, that we cater to our subscribers. We like to post videos, whether it be real, fake, real, genuine sightings, obviously fake sightings.
And you have over 81,000 subscribers, right? So that's a lot of people. That's more than a football stadium to fill. Yeah. So
yes, yeah, and it's growing like every day, and like it's growing every day, and so we do this thing for our subscribers to where, and that's where a lot of our subscribers have came from. We'll post a short, whether it be real or fake. We never say this is real. Hey, you guys gotta believe this is real. Our subscribers love, and people send us videos. We've got like 10 videos that we're working on now for people that will send us clips, whether it be their clips or somebody else's clips. They want to know and want people's opinions on it. They look forward to it. Right. So Tate and I started, hey, okay, well, we'll take these clips instead of making full videos of them. We'll just make a short of it, and because they love to see what people say. Man, we got a hold of someone sent us, I don't want to say his name, the SV guy, Sonny, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Dude, and David can vouch for me on this one. We don't, besides you guys and a couple others, we do not keep up with anyone in the Bigfoot world.
No,
we focus on our own thing. We post our own videos. We could give a dang less what anyone else is doing out there because we're doing what we do for our people.
Right.
Yeah, so
I don't care what they post. Fake, real, hoax, blah, 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 blah. They're just throwing it out there because, that's what their audience likes. That's what the audience eats up. But if you see the reactions on the videos that they post, most of the time it's not, what do you guys think? It's a lot of them is, their mind's blown. They're acting and portraying it way more than it is, selling an item to their fans, right? It's not about the money. It's not about the money. They only have 80-something thousand views or subscribers. They got, if you do the math, I guess there's websites and stuff you could type in and learn how much they're making and stuff. Don't let them fool you. It is enough to pay one of their rents, one dude's rent each and every month, I guess. That's probably what they're making. So it's not exactly nothing. But are they retiring off of it this year? No. All right. Let's play this last clip.
So we go to events, we show up in large. We bust our hump. We've hosted. We've had killer presentations. We've had excellent fan interaction while we're there. We had people driving from Florida to see us in Virginia, and our level best still isn't good enough for these individuals. They still want to come at us and bash us and make us sound uncredible.
Yep.
When I want you to know there were people literally got up and walked out of an event we were at, while these people are complaining about these new Bigfoot movies come out where they portray Bigfoot as being mean or evil or always killing people. They were showing pretty much an X-rated hour-and-a-half Bigfoot movie where Bigfoot was screwing white chicks and ripping their arms off and killing them with it.
The same con that we went to, Brendan, where we met you the year before.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, there was basically a porn.
Got up and left.
And I think, not to cut you off there, but I think that's you said something that goes overlooked probably 10 out of 10 times or 9.9% of the time with you guys is they don't know how religious you guys are and how devoted you are to your faith. and whether something isn't right for you. So when they see stuff online, it's from the heart. It's not, you're not throwing it up there just to throw it up there for clickbait. You guys, you believe in this, and this is what it is. And it's that, I think that goes completely understated with you guys. And I can't applaud you guys enough for that, because I think honestly, doesn't exist in the Bigfoot community at all. If it does, I have never heard of it except outside you guys. But there are people, and this whole segment is based on the dynamics of being okay with somebody else's success and being up. There's joy and envy in everybody, right? We all have that little, hey, I wish I would have had this, right? Whatever. But if you're really going to be into this, supporting the environment or supporting the community, you should embrace as much awareness that comes from good people like you guys. I mean, I will tell everybody knows that I am straight down the middle, and you guys are right up there. You guys are one of the best groups I know.
Dude, and we appreciate that. And same for you guys.
Now, I'd like to thank the guys for stopping by. I know they're busy this time of year, and I'd like to wish them all the best moving into 2024.
Really? Their whole channel is clickbait. Every single video, title, description, clip, thumbnail is clickbait. It's all clickbait. There is no integrity. What are you talking about? You guys go look at the shorts. Every single thing is clickbait. Go watch them. Go give them. Go make them some money. It's all
simply because.
What are you talking about? I was very disappointed when I seen this segment. I was very disappointed, and you know, I'm gonna show you guys right here. They fucking hoaxed the video. I'm gonna show you. Well, they hoaxed the video right here, and then we're gonna show you all their misidentified owl calls that they think is Bigfoot yelling at them, but it's not clickbait. And you know, they're professional, and you know, they're doing their best, and it's just not good enough in our opinion, because they're literally out there acting and being bullshit, throwing bullshit in our face. Like, it's not. So here's the setup. One of the good old boys with full of integrity, true passion, professionalism, picks up a fucking rock. He's holding a fucking camera. He bends over, he twists, he fucking chucks that rock. You'll see the rock sailing in the lower right-hand corner. So you see it sailing in the trees, and it rolls down the hill, and he's filming. And what does the caption say? It's not clickbait. It's not sensationalism. It's all professionalism. Totally professional right here. All right, watch.
So this would be a good place to look for stuff too.
Watch. Oh, a Bigfoot on camera trying to distract us during an investigation! Exclamation mark. It's not a question mark. That's an exclamation mark, baby. He picks up this rock. He twists it. Smaller rock, left hand, lower right hand corner, right there, right through those two trees. Lower right hand corner, right through those two damn trees. It rolls down this hill. He looks at them. Of course, what do you think? A Bigfoot trying to distract us? That's professionalism. This is the professionalism. This is the integrity that these guys have, right? This guy's promoting this. This ain't clickbait. This is a fucking joke. Like, let me pick up a rock and film myself throwing it and roll down the hill, then say a Bigfoot just tries to distract us. Really? But don't call it out. Nah, you're just hating. You're hating, man. Is this a joke? This is a joke, right? Because that guy said someone's been nipping at their heels for a while, and you know who? Me? Yeah, me. So you watch the stuff that I present. You do an investigation, and you don't. What about this? I mean, they'll just post whatever. Like I said, it don't matter. Well, does that mean they agree? Well, they just post it whether it's real or not. Hey, I mean, look, hey, right. Look at the captions. Knows where it's needed, but they're explaining it. Notice it. Look at the camera and stop. They're feeding into the clickbait. Like, what are you talking about? There ain't no integrity. I can show you the Skinwalker one, and then Tate's like, I don't know. What are you talking about? So let's look at this one. I think we have another one. Saved. No, I guess not. Let's show the new. Does not work. Well, you can look on their you go look on their page and all their shorts and stuff, and any of the audio in the green. I guess that didn't load up. I'll have to load that up real quick, or something didn't work. Anytime they're on their shorts and their clips where it's green night vision and they start hearing stuff, it's a fucking owl. It's a coyote. And then they claim there's one where a woman gets a rock thrown in her eyeball. She says it on video and they play into it. They say it. That's professionalism, integrity, and Bass Pro Shop is sponsoring these guys. Did the Bass Pro Shop boys freaking did they take a listen to their audio of a known barred owl? The boys of the Bass Pro Shop thought it was a Bigfoot, did they? Did they take a look at the audio of a coyote, of a very normal coyote call, very recognizable? Bass Pro Shop boys didn't recognize that? Thought that was a Bigfoot call? I don't think Bass Pro Shop really looked at any of the videos that, again, they only judged the book by its cover and not the quality of its contents. So Bass Pro Shop looked at the cover of the Sqautchwatchers and, oh, yeah, look at that. 80,000. Good following. Faithful boys. And that's another thing. They put their faith into it, and it's like, okay, well, either you're lying and hoaxing is about the stuff that you present. Gosh damn it. Gotta do something. Or you just don't know what the heck you're doing out there, and you're incompetent in these owl calls, and you're incompetent with these normal coyote calls. Like, so it's one or the other on some of this stuff. Either you guys are lying and hoaxing, fabricating, acting out there when it's just normal owl, and then you're like, a Bigfoot screams at us to get out of its territory. That's the name of the video. That's the name of the evidence. That's the clickbait name. Everything's clickbait. So that whole segment of putting these guys on a pedestal and, giving them praise when you look at them and you open the book and you just look at the contents, anyone with a brain and who actually has the experience in the outdoors and with animal calls at night will tell you that it's an owl. It's a barred owl. It is the most basic owl calls that you could hear in North America. And yet it is claimed to be a Bigfoot screaming at them. I'm about to try to get this evidence up here. I'm sorry, guys. This did not download, and I just didn't realize and checked it. So, but we can move on to the next and final installation, which is the Cryptid Huntress. The Cryptid Huntress. For those of you who recognize that name, the Cryptid Huntress. She remotes views anything and everything, and finds the data, and puts things together, and I don't fucking know. It don't make sense to me. It don't make sense because it's not. It's just this is totally different fabrication and type of twisted hoaxing that people are just basically, you know, you read a story and then all of a sudden you remote view the story, and now you talk about all these data points and you connected to them, and well, the story's real because you say it's real or this and that, and it's like, okay, this is bonkers and bananas, but we'll drink and go down this Kool-Aid lane because we're jealous of the channel. She's popular. You know, is that why? Or is what she's presenting as bullshit? It's just like, I don't want to be around it. I don't want people to fall for it. Like, it's sad when people fall for such low IQ hoaxing, low IQ acting out there, especially when we show about 30 more seconds, give or take, this video of basic owl calls. And, you know, we're supposed to think that it's a Bigfoot because the Sqautchwatchers claim it's a Bigfoot. And because they're on this segment of this show, you know, obviously they're real. They're the real deal because they're pumped it up and pushed out like that. That's the problem. Like, come on, you know. It's not about jealousy. This is about the hoaxer resolution. You know, it's a problem. It's been a problem in 2023. It's a big problem. It's been a problem all for a couple of years now with a lot of people. And it's the hoaxers and stuff, and the bullshitters, and I'll just read emails. I just read emails because, you know, I can make up stories and whatever. And, you know, you tell a story on, you know, like Dixie Cryptids and stuff. I think he got called out and said, you know, it doesn't matter if the story is real or not. It's just a story. And that's what my fans like. That's what my subscribers like. They like a story. They don't like reality. They don't like reality. They don't want a real Bigfoot encounter. They just want a story. And see, that's a problem. Don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think facts matter? Don't you think reality matters? Like, did it really happen or did it not? Like, if it's a story and it never happened, okay, cool. But like, if it doesn't matter? Doesn't it matter? Because if it doesn't matter, you know, then, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, Bigfoot can go through walls, it can teleport, it can shapeshift, it can do whatever. It swims in the ocean. It's not great white sharks eating people in half. It's fucking Bigfoot. UFOs flying, it's Bigfoot. You know, everything, you know, like, come on, you know, where does it end? There's no grasp on reality. We're not going to go anywhere. We're going to be, 60 years of Bigfoot hoaxing and lies, of Bigfoot stories. Doesn't matter anymore about evidence, you know, just tell a story. We are going backwards. 2020, at the end of the year with that segment, we are going backwards. With that segment and with that promotion to them, that's a step backwards in our community. That's not a step forward in any sort of way. All right, looks like these videos are done with these Squatchwatchers. These are normal owl calls. These are everyday shit.
Yeah.
Fucking joke.
So what you're hearing?
That's an owl.
It's a possible Sasquatch giving call.
Really?
I wish I would go through the trail if we're gonna go in.
Okay.
Now that was something.
Giant Sasquatch. Warning. Really?
Hello. He just cut the camera on and we missed it. It's there it is. Behind those frogs.
An owl.
Like this big. Here. Can I turn my light on? Yeah. Well, I ain't gonna do nothing with your light.
Well, let's get a bigger light.
Was it a bug?
No, I swear to God, it was a rock. I heard it. Like, I heard it ding. But obviously
I didn't hear nothing.
I thought it hit.
What was that?
No, that was my eye.
Close your eye.
Like, it hit right there.
Close your eye. Which one? Close your eyes, not hit.
The one that's not hit?
Open the one you got hit with. How many fingers?
Blurry. Blind.
God almighty.
Blind.
Yeah, your eyes all watery and red.
Hang on, we got a map.
Which way did it come from? Your right?
It come from like.
That's where you were seeing the spots.
So that woman got hit with a rock by a Bigfoot in her eyeball. That's what they're claiming. She swore it. And the entire audio, owls. Barred owl, that particular clip. Barred owl calls. The most common barred owl sequence calls you could hear in the woods. Most basic ones with anyone with a brain. Yet these guys, clickbait title, Bigfoot's yelling at them, telling them to get away, Bigfoot howls, screaming at them. Are they so incompetent they don't know that those are just regular owl calls? They don't sound like an aggressive Bigfoot telling them to get off their land and property and some of the clickbait titles and descriptions they give. Professional, they're doing their best. It's not good enough for us. If that's their fucking best, man. No, it's not good enough. Especially when you act like the way you act and you present yourself as, and this is the segment, right? This is heading into 2024. This is the example that other researchers should strive to become, act like, sell out to people because clickbait titles, and you act like this and you claim an owl's Bigfoot, and now we have to believe it. That's the way to go. That's 2024, right? That's how we should act. There's a problem. That's a big step back from 2023. That's a big step back in our community. What are we doing? What are we doing? Either these guys don't know what they're doing, or they're hoaxing and lying. They could claim to be men of faith all they want. That don't mean nothing if every man sins. So they lying and hoaxing, or are they incompetent? They just don't know what they're doing. They're good old boys out there having fun. Everything's Bigfoot. Who matters? It don't matter. They have lots of videos of eye shine. Deer makes eye shine. Possum make eye shine. Raccoons make eye shine. Everything in the woods at nighttime walking around, when you shine a light on it, it's going to reflect back off onto the camera. Doesn't mean it's Bigfoot. Doesn't mean it's Bigfoot. Eye shine's not special. Just because it's green, just because it's white, just means different lights used at the angle and shading and stuff. It doesn't mean it's Bigfoot because it's green. Doesn't mean it's Bigfoot because it's a bluer color. It's light blue. No. Different animals, different angles, different lights, different light intensities and stuff. All right. Let's jump into it. Let's jump into this. The data. The Sqautchwatchers, they just, there's videos of them. They'll pick up a rock, chuck it up behind them. And because they don't hear it land and make a noise, they claim, did a Bigfoot catch it? They're so amazed. They picked up a rock, they threw it up behind themselves. They don't hear it land. They're so amazed about, oh my God, what happened to it? Like a bunch of toddlers walking around there, pick up a rock, fucking throw it, and get amazed because what? That is not how we should walk into 2024 in. They are not the example. Full integrity means you don't fabricate stuff. You don't exaggerate stuff. There's no need to. You know why? You know why there's no need to exaggerate evidence and stuff? Because when it really fucking happens, it's amazing. It's life-changing. There is no exaggeration. There is not needed. The only people who exaggerate stories and exaggerate these claims, are people who don't have a fucking experience. They've never experienced a real one. Never experienced real stuff. There is no need to exaggerate. There's no need to make up these stories. Exaggerate when sounds, oh my God, an owl and stuff. Real people have experienced real sounds and real experiences. There's no need to exaggerate on bullshit. And that's how you can spot a lot of hoaxers and a lot of bullshit people. They get fooled and amazed by stuff that's not. And there's the way they tell their stories. It's just, you just don't judge a book by its cover. It works both ways. You don't have to don't be negative, right? But don't just be fucking blinded because the book's shiny, the cover's shiny, the heading's nice. Don't be blinded by that, and think it's everything's amazing. It's professional. It's integrity, No. Let's get into the data. Of the Sonny Vader hoax, right? The latest one with the investigation and the caution tape all around, and we actually exposed it here a couple weeks back and stuff. Of course, as a well-known Sonny Vader hoax, one of many. But of course, that's not gonna stop the cryptid huntress from doing what she does and remote viewing this and determining whether or not it's legit or not based on her special cryptid abilities. And she's a superhero because she's amazing at what she does. So let's hear what she got to say. We'll throw that link in the chat right now. Got James, the college kid, coming in. I think some of the rowdy people from the Debbie Jones, they all flooded in. I'm not sure how they came and got joined and stuff. They were all welcome, of course, but they seem a little too hot-headed to even want to look at stuff or listen. But I'm not sure where they came from because I didn't post anything. I just made it to YouTube. I didn't even post it to local stuff. So
I'm guessing someone saw your chat.
Maybe someone else posted it. I don't know.
And
maybe.
Started talking about it because all of a sudden there was 45 people in here watching. I'm like, what the heck's going on? They're talking smack about you, so I had to say something in the chat.
I was loving it. It's just like, it's nice.
I would have joined, but I was watching the Lions. They almost beat the Cowboys, but whatever.
How much commercial time do you think you watched?
A lot, yeah.
How much? How much commercial time do you think you watched? You racked up. How much commercials? Come on. In total?
Probably 20 minutes at least.
At least 20 minutes. That is probably the bare minimum. Because I think it's...
At halftime, they did like a whole segment, and I thought for sure the Lions were going to come back, but they didn't. But whatever, They went for it a few times, and that's why we lost. But it's fine. It's fine.
They're doing better than they ever have in decades. So,
what I was gonna say though is, people were saying stuff about the audio. I have this cheap audio recorder, like $20, probably what Debbie would have had, and
it's $40.
I bought it for 20, but I got this cheap audio right here. Only functions on here are like record, stop, forward, and menu. And
links in the chat.
You can put other people's audio on this and play it as well. There's like a USB slot right here where you can plug it into a computer. Now, obviously, she said she didn't have one, but at the time, it's still possible, So it's not that hard.
She made several posts that I didn't read because it was just taking too much time. Where like the Kayla Ott audio gets put onto
Like, if you find someone that actually knows anything about like audio recorders or just computers in general, it's not that hard to put a piece of audio onto a recorder like this. So the fact that people are defending her, saying that she wouldn't know how to do that, you just got to find the right person. You can prove.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just it's annoying that I saw
most
people
of it
posting
sounds
stuff
like.
about.
Well, the point I was trying to make is there was a bunch of audio that she was playing at these conferences that she's not showing no more after she got called out. And some of the audio that she used to play and talk about never did get called out or get found out or the original source, but she stopped playing it for some reason and did not show the audio experts like the other stuff. Like when you hey, if I'm going to send my audio stuff to these guys, like this is everything that happened this night. This is everything that happened the weekend. Why leave out, especially it's two unique whooping sounds. Like why leave them out? Why not send them to him?
Like you were saying about like Kayla's audio matching up with the audio like she presented, like she would have to like put it onto the recorder knowingly that it wasn't hers. And then, getting disproved, and just people are defending her for not knowing, or it just, I don't know. It's just people don't have any sense of like.
This is what she said. This is what she said about that, because I didn't get to read that yet, because it was just bogging down, and I was getting distracted with kind of chat and everything else. I just wanted to get it all out there, show everything, and try to read everything, but. All right, so she said in this post, August 7th, 2020, once we found out the Kayla Ott audio was mixed in with ours, we immediately let it be known. We tried to find out how it could have happened and the results of what we found. I nor anyone never once said that Henry's, which is a girl's name, HENRI, Henry, which is all right. I nor anyone else never once said that Henry's computer was definitely where it came from. Ever. Neither did Mark Newbell. The screenshots from Steve James' show of the audio being named. The screenshots show of the audio being named 9-15-2017 Good Howls TB is the name that I previously gave the clip after not the original date nor the name of the file. The recorder itself gives the recorder. The audio recorder's computer automatically name the file with the actual date it was recorded, either recorded or saved, and it will have numbers and letters in the file name unless you rename the file. You can rename the file what you want and save it where you want. That is why when Mark Newbell looked at the file of that clip that he had of the Ott audio, the date showed 9-30-2017. It was followed by dashes and 3s or 4 letters. It was the original file name assigned by the recorder because it came straight from the recorder itself. That is how he knew that he had received it on the date 9-30-2017. That was the weekend of DW's Oklahoma Symposium. Mark knew that the only thing he had done that weekend involving audio was to help Henry transfer files from her computer so DW could put them on his computer to play audio she had recorded at our killing field location. Henry was also the only one of all of us sisters that had ever heard of the Ott audio before anyone asked. Of course, she shows screenshots, but all it is just her asking it and getting a response. I emphasize that we never accused Henry of doing anything wrong. We stated that the only thing we could figure out was that the file must have came from her computer because of the date on the original audio, and Henry had said that she had listened to the audio on her computer a lot because it was from her area, close to her. Even when I first spoke of this, I didn't name Henry, though. I said another Sisters of the Moon many, many times, blah, blah, blah. The date on the original audio, again, we never accused her of anything. We have only tried to figure out how the audio clip must have gotten mixed in with our own audio. And other than that, none of us have a clue. When we first all found out that the clip and discussed it in our sisters' messenger group, we didn't know how we didn't know how it could happen. But Henry's comment in the group that day showed she must have 100% behind it. So
when she was talking about DW, is that the guy that was posting in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So the original clip got mixed in with theirs from Mark. Okay, so Mark knew that the only thing he'd done that week in Evolving Audio was to help Henry transfer files from her computer so that DW could put them on his computer to play audio. And supposedly, the file, when Mark Newbill looked at the file of that clip, that was the audio, the date showed 9/30/2017, followed by by numbers, meaning it was the original file's name assigned by the recorder because it came from the recorder itself. So did it come from the computer from Henry? Did it come from this audio recorder? Right.
What I saw what
that doesn't make sense.
Well, I saw what DW was saying in the chat. I mean, like he was pretty much. It looked. Oh.
I didn't have time. I was like, I can't do this and get through all this at the same time.
It looked like he was saying the truth. I mean, like, if you're in IT, you have to know a lot about computers, so I would more believe him based on what he was giving the information, what he was showing. If you show a bunch of the comments he was showing at 11:30, 11:37-ish is when he was posting.
My computer is different, so later.
Yeah, about an hour ago, pretty much.
The 25 years behind a computer networking experience. I know what I'm talking about. We just had someone join in. Randy just joined in. All right, here. He said, she handed me the jump drives for the presentation on it. I inserted it into the presentation laptop and ran the presentation. That's all I had done with the. Yeah, there's a mix up, and it's like, did it come from Henry's computer, or Debbie claims all the shit came from her recorder. It don't make sense. How's it going, Randy?
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're all clear. Fine.
I'm good.
Are you Mr. Randy Harrington in the chat? Is that you?
I think I'm getting double feedback.
If you're on watching YouTube still, close that out.
Okay. Just did. Yeah. Hey, you guys don't know me, but I wanted to tell my story of Mark Newbill and his group.
Okay. Are you from the 400?
Yes.
I know you.
Well, I mean, I've just got to tell you
a little bit.
When it comes to me, I go for red flags. If I start to recognize red flags with a person, then that tells me what they're capable of doing. And so a lot of times I'll shut somebody out of my circle when I see too many red flags. So when it came to Mark Newbill, I mean, he and I were friends online. Sure, he's a nice enough guy. And I did a couple of shows for his Beast TV, and they went well. I mean, he really fluffed me up a lot and was, Randy's I really followed his stuff. He's great, and he's my mentor and all that stuff. But that doesn't stop me from telling you if I'm seeing red flags that tells me who you are on the inside. So here's was the beginning for me. When I saw Mark Newble doing some show out on the East Coast, some documentary with some people, and you show a shot of him running up a hill really hard and acting like he's all scared and chasing a Bigfoot, and you know it's all fake. And that's the point I need to say, okay, I need to pay attention to this guy. Is he doing real things, or is he all about showmanship? And is he trying to fluff himself up for hits and stuff? So I start being a little critical. And when Debbie and them passed off an audio that they claimed to have gotten of a Bigfoot in one of their outings, the first time I heard it, I said, that sounds like a heavy lady mumbling in her sleep. And then I looked at who the players were that were there camping, and sure enough, there was a heavy lady sleeping in a tent by herself. And I said, that's who it sounds like. It sounds like she's mumbling in her sleep. But they don't even look in that direction of what it could be, because they want it to be a Bigfoot. And if it sounds like any of the members in their camping party, well, you better go there first, and then Bigfoot second instead of Bigfoot first. So because I've heard plenty of people mumble while they're going to sleep. I've heard Shane many times at the 400. He's having conversations in his sleep that I'm sure is very eloquent and linguistically beautiful. But the way I'm hearing it is blah, 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 while he's talking. Yeah. So it's easy to be confused if you're not willing to be critical of what you're hearing. So then another time, let's see. I'm gonna turn my light on. I was in the audience of one of his shows, and he was interviewing some people from Georgia, and they had all kinds of activity, and they were taking expeditions onto their place, and I'm critical of everybody. When I listen to somebody, I'm listening with a critical eye, because I'm looking for anything that if I see that they're not being truthful, then I can throw the rest out with the wash. And so one of the things that happened on that show is the people that were selling expeditions on their property, they were like, man, we had an owl going off over here, and we had squirrel going off over here, and we heard a coyote back over there. So there were 3 Bigfoots going back and forth. It's 2 a.m. and we know there's no squirrels in the middle of the night. So I immediately got on Google and I said, North Georgia, squirrels. I was looking for, will squirrels make noises at night? And it said, there are nocturnal squirrels in Georgia that only come out at night. And I just looked that up on Google. So I commented while they were having conversation. I commented, look, there are squirrels at night. It says here that they're in Georgia, northern Georgia, and that's where this was located. I said, so first of all, the owls could have really been owls. The squirrels could really be squirrels. And of course, everybody knows coyotes howl at night. So you guys turn that into a choreographed dance of 3 Bigfoots, because they needed it to be Bigfoots. They needed it to be Bigfoots. And he deleted my comment. So I did it again, because I was like, okay, I don't see my comment. What happened? So I did it again, and he deleted it again. He deleted my comment 3 times on that video. And I knew right then he's not after the truth.
No. And you'll see that on a lot of these, like Red Bigfoot Mafia was in here when he did his interview. All the people were blocking comments left and right, and the truth is bad.
I'm sure they're going to be disappointed in me, and they're probably going to come after me with a lot of hate, and I don't care. I mean, I can live with that. But one thing that really gets under my craw is those group of people are thick as thieves, and they always go out together. And then all of a sudden they did this big GoFundMe for equipment for the women. Yeah, we need to get a thermal. We need to get better equipment. Send us money. And it's for Mark and Larry too. They never, so they're being very deceitful in the fact that it was probably Mark and them who says, we need to figure out how we can get some money. Let's start a GoFundMe, but let's say it's just for the women, because people will probably donate more just for the women. And so I can just see the wheels turning behind their head. And it kind of makes me sad. It makes me sad that that's the way things are, and you're never going to change it. But what I can change is, if I see enough red flags with somebody, for me, they're out.
No, I'm glad you came forward and stuff, because I don't think a lot of people I think are probably scared to come out against Mark and Blair because of their following, and the showmanship is is out there. They're very nice guys, joking and laughing and stuff, but that book is very shiny. But when you open the page, it's nothing but shit. And
and you see it all over the internet or all over Facebook. People put friendship before character. And they act like they've got character, and they're like, oh man, well I like this guy, and he just wouldn't do something like that. I know him. Well, you don't know anybody, and anybody will do anything for $1.
Yeah, or, there's a bunch of reasons and stuff, and my first experience with Mark, and I was like you, I only seen what I seen on the internet and his interviews, and when we went to the 168 together, being there and next to him, and it was like it was all bullshit. It was all fake. And then his ideas of were sitting at camp all day and talking about all the expeditions he went out and finding this and doing this, but he's sitting at camp doing nothing, not even wanting to go out. And his bright idea was to go out, make a fake camp and sit at that camp, which was what he was doing at this camp. And as a team leader and stuff, people looking at for you guidance, and it was very lackluster. And if you want like preschool 101 Bigfoot, then you go to him. Take you an hour for you to learn something, but so many red flags, and then just how he talked about what he did in interviews after the fact and stuff. Like, it was like, no, man, it was lies and stuff. To be honest, it wasn't reality.
Like deleting my comments, which would have gave him a good talking point, which would have been to guide people in a better direction, saying, okay, look, we don't want to be confused with natural animals. We don't want to be confused and come out with the wrong data. So let's go ahead and discuss this. There are, nighttime squirrels that are nocturnal there. They're flying squirrels. They're flying nocturnal squirrels that only come out at night in northern Georgia. We didn't know that. Thank you for making that comment, Randy. We were unaware that was even, so it could be possible that we were hearing this, that, and a real owl and a real coyote, but they want it to be a Bigfoot. So in order for it to be a Bigfoot, you have to delete that comment, because they don't want that to muddy up the fact that they need that to be Bigfoot. And that's on Mark.
It is. And you can see that in several of the interviews, with especially with Patrick Vaughn. He's a well-known hoaxer, and there's some audio in there which Mark says his expertise in the audio department says that this is an unknown animal, and it's a coyote. It's nothing special. It's very lackluster and stuff. But it's just so showmanship. It's just the good old boys mentality, and story matters more than facts, and that's what sells. That's what works. And you build a family and friendship, and it's hard to go against that family and friendship, right? But you have to maintain lies. You have to maintain your relationship with the people who are involved with the lies. And we've seen a little bit of that breakdown when the Sisters of the Moon started kicking some of the sisters out. Conveniently, the two that were there with all the audio evidence got captured and mixed smash.
Oh yeah. While those other members were there, they were just squeaky clean and the best friends a woman could ever have. But the moment they're gone, oh, she's disgruntled and she's jealous and she's got a vendetta, and it's just funny how but she can't be telling the truth. That can't be part of it. That person can't be telling the truth about what was going on in that group. I mean, so yeah, everybody's got flaws, and they actively throw out so many red flags for me. I was glad to be done with it. I mean, I'm kind of sad that I did a show for him, and this is, I know there's a lot of people that like him. He's got a lot of subscribers.
Yeah,
that doesn't bother me, because I don't care. I have, my circle is so small because I've said goodbye to so many people. If I get somebody that tells a lie, or I get somebody that I catch being deceitful in any way, if I don't get rid of them now, then it's going to hit me hard in the future if I support them, because then I'm going to be a supporter of a deceitful person and somebody who's untruthful, and that's going to show in your own character. If you supported it and put up with it, it'll get to where you even try to argue around it and hide it. because they've been your friend for so long, and now you've got to figure out how you can, make the other person look bad because they shouldn't have said something, but now you're having to backtrack and dance around the subject and hide things because now you're a part of it.
And it's about, popularity status. That's what it's about. And I think that's what's going to plague our community, is that exactly like that on communities level, not individual level. Is, our community is backing people, following people, listening to these stories, drinking the Kool-Aid, and it's creating a bubble of false reality, of false data, of everything. And it's just like, as younger people come in and, they're looking for gurus or people, knowledgeable people they want to follow, listen to, there's a lot of places that there's no good. And,
yeah. Well,
it's going to develop into something that's not going to be healthy for our community.
I can't see the comments while I'm on here, and I'm afraid to. I'm afraid that any of the supporters of those people who have blinders on, who will support somebody with blinders on, is probably throwing out all kinds of hate right now.
You're fine.
They
they're all
out.
gone.
And I guess, they're going to believe whatever they want, because a lot of them are already coming into this mad, coming into this angry, already have a judgment in mind. So they probably don't even listen or look at any of the evidence, won't even look and research on their own, and listen to all the interviews. That's all you have to do. Just keep listening to all the interviews. Like, they don't include some of the evidence. They stop talking about the stuff they get called on. Some of the other audio that is really good, interesting, they just stop, won't touch it, won't talk about it, but it wasn't called out on. Very red flags all day long. Mark Newbell, of course, working and enhancing it. Of course, mixed audio on his, it's like the blame game. And it doesn't make sense when you're uploading and downloading audio, and it's not hard to figure out where the sources come from and all that. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm just anxiously waiting for all of the brilliant thermal and video evidence that they're going to bring when they did that GoFundMe and they, needed money for all that new equipment. I can't wait to see what, that they bring in on somebody else's dime, if that's really what they're trying to do with it.
That I think that's been over a year now, and I didn't hear nothing about it. They haven't talked about it. I don't think they went on the trip. I don't think they've bought any new stuff. It's been a while since they've done an interview. Maybe we'll see something pop in 2024, but they've went quiet.
They'll probably do a show. They'll probably do a rebuttal show on your show about your show.
I don't think so. I think Mark won't say nothing.
Well, because he knows I'm telling the truth.
Don't add fuel to the fire is what I'm going to guess from him. That's his best strategy. He's like, nah.
Well, I tell you what, I don't say what I say lightly. I'll say it if I feel like it needs to be said, and I'll stand by it. So, yeah, I mean, if you think I'm wrong, then pop up and say something about it, and we'll discuss it. But I'm not wrong. What he did, and he did it 3 times. Took my comment off 3 times, and there's only one reason you take it off and not address what it was, and that's because you're being deceitful.
Exactly. Yeah, and I felt like this with Mark since the 168 and stuff, but couldn't find really much stuff to recall him out on and stuff, or other people to really feel the same way as me. So it's very enlightening because he got a lot of people by the hook, and he's dangling them on that rod with such finesse that I'm surprised that people just can't see some of the bullshit that we see in this community, but it is what it is.
All right. Well, I don't want to commandeer your show any longer.
No, glad to have you on anytime.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and kick off.
All right. You have a good one. Happy
Thanks
New
for
Year.
joining.
And, we'll have to get in touch and stuff. Maybe we can do some interviews and stuff with some actual Bigfoot research that they're doing in the 400 and the any new stuff that's been going on down in there. All right. So,
yeah, I'm surprised so many people joined to talk crap about that Debbie thing.
Because she's a friend of them.
I mean, I just don't know how people heard about it.
Woman
you didn't
researcher
post anything about it. And like there wasn't a lot of people that viewed your last stream, so that's why I was like so surprised when I saw like 40 people or 5.
Because I'm doing an
experiment
with YouTube to figure out like sometimes I post it everywhere, and then I don't post it anywhere. And it's like so this time I didn't post it anywhere, and somehow it's getting flooded and stuff. So like that's a little weird and stuff, but it's cool. It's interesting. I wish that they didn't come into this already so judgmental, hot, heavy, and then they're acting like I don't know what they're talking about. And it's like I was confused because some of them came in hot with some comments, and I was like, "Are you already attacking me without? I'm not even getting started yet." Like,
yeah,
I'm so confused. And then it confused me even more, like because they were confused and I was confused, and I'm like, okay, I stopped looking at the chat because these people will believe anything. If they came, especially the Red Mafia crew. His interview with Brent, they shadow banned and censored everyone. So
I don't watch many Bigfoot channels, so a lot of the stuff that I see going on in the chat, I don't understand much. I'm a guy who goes out in the field, posts whatever I find, and that's about it. So I don't really indulge in the drama or whatnot. I just do my own thing. But there's a lot going on.
This is actually old. I was older and stuff, but I bring it up because the Mark Newbell thing. It's these.
I was just surprised with so many people's comments. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I like it. That's good. It's good. All right, so let's jump into the data. Talking about the Sonny Vader Bigfoot hoax, the Canadian police gang camera and tape around it. There's a Bigfoot comes out. He smashes a tent and. We showed the video on here a couple weeks back. It's fake. Sonny Vader is a well-known Bigfoot hoaxer. All of his videos are Bigfoot hoaxer. He's well-known. This is well-known. She even mentioned some of this stuff, but it don't matter because the data is the data. We've got to respect that. And what does she do? She remotes view stuff, right? And then I don't know.
Before you say that, looks like DW said that he was contacted on Messenger about the Debbie situation. So clearly there was someone that wanted to involve everybody.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's how the word got out.
No, I'm glad because well, obviously it's still a pretty touchy subject to some people because the truth stands the test of time. A lie you constantly have to defend and fabricate and make sure that the wall is holding because lies are just fragile things. Really believable. All right, so let's get started with the data. Let's get into it.
All right, so with my sensory data, okay, and all of my data is in my Patreon, but I'm going to go through some of my sensory data with you guys. So I was picking on something that was it stunk really bad. I was picking up a really bad smell. I got moving, smelly, old. I got dark and black. I got like something that was dark and black. I was picking up on something that was slapped or slapping, like slapping, and I kept writing down the word jousted, like you'd see something like at medieval times.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like people
sure.
jousting. Like I was picking up on jousting. Okay, which was really interesting because in the video there's a being, whatever that thing is. Basically, it's like jousting kind of. It's like throwing something. So, I mean, jousting is not throwing. Okay, but I did pick up on something like that. Now, I was definitely in the woods. Okay, I was picking up that I was in the woods. I was picking up on a lot of trees in the area and stuff. So here's where the data gets interesting, y'all. Mike. So I picked up on 10 or 10, like a 10 roof or the number 10. I wrote timing and staged. That was from my analytic overlay. Okay. Timing and staged. I picked up on an adult. I was picking up on jousting sticks, or a jousting stick is what I wrote down. I picked up on something that was hit and damaged. Okay. Hit and damaged. and I kept picking up on something about hitting a target. Okay. But that was some of my analytic overlay. And for my stage 3 drawing, I wrote what looked like a target getting hit, like something hitting a target. Okay. So that in a nutshell is my first 3 stages of remote viewing data right there. Okay. It's not all of it, but it's kind of the main stuff. It's kind of the gist of it. But I was picking on something that smelled really bad. Jousting, a lot of jousting data. Okay. And something that was getting slapped, but also something that was staged. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Okay. When you go back and analyze this, that you can look at it in different ways. Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Because it could be that they had put the camera there, and I got goosebumps, y'all. They put the camera there to pick up the culprit. You know what I mean? So they staged the camera.
Sure.
It could mean
The
that.
stage could be the roped off area, or the stage could be that the whole video was staged for the, you know what I mean? So like, again, you gotta, this is where perception comes into play, and then you gotta, the data. I hear you.
Okay. So.
I got goosebumps.
The data, the data, baby, the data. Fuck no, they're talking about. This is hilarious, And in this interview, we're gonna show the video right now. In her show, she must have said, "I don't know," at least 50 times. She don't know. She don't know what she's talking about. She says it 50 times at least on everything, almost basically contradicting what she just said, almost in a way. Sometimes she'll say, "I don't know." Like she'll say something, but then she'll be like, "Well, I don't know." Let's take a look at the video that she's talking about, because it will explain everything. Let's say the data, baby. So she watches the video first, and then she remote views the data. She's getting the data. This is important, as she'll actually explain where she's getting it from. Okay? And so the other guy, the gentleman with him, is Long Island Bigfoot. He has been called out because he took someone's photo and put his own watermark on it and story onto it, and then got called out. And then he did a massive delete of everything past 6 months ago. He deleted. This guy, Brett's going to do another update video on him. The dude's a hoaxer. Basically, that's kind of what she does. And he's kind of Fantasyland. He's in Fantasyland. I don't know. He's had a hard life, whatever the reason. I don't know. He's hoaxing. He's a known hoaxer. It's a Tupsy-Cedric because of, what people, fragile egos, and this is all they have type of thing. And it's okay. Well, when you tolerate delusion, you tolerate bullshit, eventually that bullshit's going to build up somewhere. And it's not healthy to be around. All right, so let's show this. You've seen the screen. All right, let's jump right into this. And we are going to discuss this, of course, for educational purposes, for news gathering purposes, spreading their awareness to the public, exposing hoaxes, giving our opinion about this, of course, as the freedom of Americans, as we're allowed to do in the First Amendment. Just in case this dude wants to try to copyright me or anything like that, or any of these other bimbos.
I just took a mood aroused gummy.
Oh, I bet you did.
No, how long does it take to kick in?
I probably get copyrighted for that. Something stupid. So here's the video.
Surprised you don't have an ad block.
God. I'm risky. So here's the video. And we've exposed this before.
Is that the highest quality you have?
Actually, no. It's probably really low.
Oh yeah.
Because I was listening to music.
I was sorry. I was just like, I can't see anything.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, it looks better.
Might play from the beginning again.
All right. So, anyways, he's picking up the stick. This is the best part. Picks that big old log up and slams it down. I think he does it again. Stay tuned. He does it once. Let's play it one more time. You see him moving that.
Look how the camera is centered.
Let's watch it one more time. See what he does. See what he does. Ooh.
I think we can do that. You want to do a recreation?
Yeah. We can do that. We just have to find, and people are saying it's superhuman. We can watch what they say. It's superhuman because it did that. You got to find a dry enough pine or pine or evergreen trees. Find a dry enough one. Pick that one up. Be able to do that. It's about like this. I mean, we could replicate it. We just got to find the right one. So this comes from Senny Vader, right? All his videos are of the same costume of this dude in all his videos, and so this is actually, I think she talks about the backstory. Let's play another clip from the data miner.
Okay, so it's all about analyzing the data, okay? Because I'm just putting the data out there, and then you guys can analyze it, okay? Or we can analyze it together. That's more fun, right? We're gonna analyze it together. Okay, so but it was the something that was staged. There was an adult involved, but that doesn't mean it was an adult. What kind? It could have been an adult Bigfoot. I don't know. Okay, but I did pick up on staged and something that was timed. The timing was important for whatever this is. Okay, now on my stage 4, this is like more sensory data, more analytic overlay kind of stuff. I was picking up on something that was irritated, tired, irritable. Okay. I picked up on more trees and woods. I was definitely in the woods during this target. I was definitely there, but I wrote down overstepped boundaries, wide open spaces and territory. Okay. I started picking up on lumberjack and Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan. And okay, so, and if you guys follow my show, if you guys have been following my channel for a while, you know that I did a remote viewing target of Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan. That was like, there was a picture that a historical society had put out, and that was supposed to be a artist rendition or a drawing of who Paul Bunyan was based off of. Okay, and now Glenn, one of the guys from my team, who's also a remote viewer, had given me that as a remote viewing target, and so we did a show on that, and I had picked up when I was remote viewing that a Neanderthal Sasquatch. Okay, a Neanderthal. So that's interesting that that's in my data right now. Okay, that I wrote down lumberjack, Paul Bunyan. But underneath it, this is where we're going to dive down the woo train. I wrote down elongated skull, and because I was picking up on something that was elongated, and I wrote down elongated skull, and I was picking up on like those Peruvian skulls, like ETs, kind of. I was picking up on.
You ready to analyze this?
The data. Let's analyze the data, baby. Apparently, you just start talking like this, and hey, man, she got the good following. She's a bigger channel than me and us.
I have no idea who she is. Like I said, I don't watch much, but
she's the cryptid huntress, baby. She's the cryptid huntress. She came on my radar this layer, maybe last year, when she started running with some different groups, and again, the friendship matters, and the story and stuff matters more than the content of what they're presenting, because she was actually interviewed by Doug Hychek and his son on their channel, and it's kind of a Doug Hychek is the Monster Quest guy, and he's doing the new Legend Meets Science 2.
Okay.
Basically, he's one of the guys where, if you get evidence, he's one of the guys where you want to send it to him. He actually has a very strict procedure of determining if your evidence is even legit, is even worth to be listened to, looked at, or analyzed by him. So, so for him and them to put her on in for an interview, it's more or less, I think, because of the friends of friends, and she's on.
Look at Patrick.
He's on some
best message.
Yeah, man. So Doug Hychek had her on the interview, and you can watch that interview. It's interesting. It's just disappointing that the people that we look up to or we think that have integrity have some of these people on, and it's like, okay, well, it's politics. It's like popularity. It's about ratings. It's about a show getting views. It's come on. It's not really about integrity, because who the fuck would have this person on and think they're legit and shit like that? This is, about Paul Bunyan. She did a different show about Paul Bunyan, and it was a Sasquatch Neanderthal. The data. Case closed. Yeah. Chris Reinhardt, which is Discovery Bigfoot or Bigfoot Discovery, whatever. He's another guy who's floating on my radar who he went to Robert Kreider's area down in New Mexico, and big disappointment there. Big disappointment. It's all about the contents of the book. Don't judge a book by its cover. Even, it doesn't mean have to be a negative way, but don't judge a book by its cover in a good way too much. All right. Let's take a look at the data. There's some more data. A little bit more.
Okay, so there's more. Okay, so I picked up on something that was working. Okay, working. I wrote down data input, aliens, and Sasquatch. Mm-hmm. And then I didn't hear. I actually wrote down working together and workhorse. I wrote down workhorse.
Yeah.
I heard it say workhorse. All right, and I was getting something that was tired, overworked, and I wrote down peed off. You don't know what I mean? I was mad. Okay, I don't try not to cuss too much, but I was mad. Okay, and so yeah, basically I kind of did like a deep mind probe of whatever I was looking at. Okay, and I was like trying, because I saw there was something working. I figured I was talking to like an alien or something. I didn't know, and I was like, "What are you doing here?" Is what I asked. Like, "What are you doing here?" And I heard something, whatever it was, that they were being ridiculed, but they were working, and that was their home. And I wrote down MySpace. It's MySpace. Okay, so this is like, it adds an element to it that is that's basically the data right there, y'all. Okay. So that's kind of the data. So I was picking up on something that was probably might have been a Bigfoot. I don't know. What do you think about all that? I know it's a lot.
All right, here I go. Sorry.
All right. No, let's hear this last little one.
Yes, because we're just trying to figure out if this video was real or not. Okay, if this was a guy in a suit or not. And at first look, when you look at this video, it does look kind of like a guy in a suit. Okay, in my opinion, it does. And but that tree getting lobbed, and with the data, it leans more towards this being real. Okay.
My initial reaction watching it was like, I didn't even want to watch 3 seconds of it yet. When I first saw it like weeks ago, I was just like, bullshit. And that was it. Because I'm like,
the data proves and leans it towards being real. Anyone to keep count of how many times she said, I don't know, in just this little short clips I've shown you? Go watch the whole interview. Go keep count. So you heard her from there. That's the data. She's having some voice or alien she don't know talk to her and say these said those things. So because she's seen the video, she remote viewed the video and got the data. Got the data about Paul Bunyan. Got the data about you aliens, and I had another clip ready into where Long Island Bigfoot starts talking about when he first seen the video. When he watched it, he thought it was an alien, and so they were talking before the show, and he told her, well, I thought it looks kind of like a gray alien. And she was like, oh my God, that's crazy. Because in my data set, I said, I have UFO and aliens. Oh my God. And so, they incoherently try to collaborate each other. And it's just, it's a mess of a show. It really shows how, it really actually is a great example of how there's some people into this that are able to manipulate people, even though it sounds batshit fucking banana crazy. And people will watch it, listen to it, make donations, comment, support, believe it. Maybe they believe it or don't. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's just a story and that's just something they put on. But it's like, you watch that whole, and any of her content, of her remote viewing anything and everything. And the data is the truth. The data are facts. The data now changes or enlightens the story to where she can give you the answers.
I'm not saying I don't believe in the remote viewing or whatnot, but
same.
Because we did have I don't know, one of the Sqautchwatchers did remote viewing at one of the locations we went to, and we didn't really get evidence from it or anything like that, but we did find a location that we could investigate further, but like you said, it was inconclusive, so I don't know, it's one of those where you can't fully trust it, but maybe there's something to it.
So much testing. Some of the shit she says, I didn't put a clip into it, but she was talking about her crew gang did an investigation and they were remote viewing a Bigfoot, a mechanical Bigfoot under UFO orders that was going up to a stump that was a panel, and the Bigfoot had to come up to the panel and push a button every couple hours or something like that. And it's just like, she didn't remote view it. It was her buddies, and it is just some of the wackiest wackadoo stuff that you can imagine. And the only reason why I guess I'm bringing it up is because she's the cryptid huntress. She's talking about Bigfoot. She's having Bigfoot experiences. She's talking about Dogman. She's talking about anything and everything. And this is way beyond anything that the Sqautchwatchers have done or if they do on their show. This is just far beyond and stuff. I believe in remote viewing. I believe in paranormal stuff. There's high strangeness, some stuff I can't explain. But what I'm finding more and more as I'm getting older and experienced in this community and around with these people, there's a lot more liars. There's a lot more storytellers. They're not trying to hoax or meaning to hoax, but they're storytellers. And it's becoming a problem because it's creating fences and borders and relationships and treaties that people are becoming tribal, and this is my tribe, and oh, you can't call out Debbie because she's a part of my tribe, even though I don't want to look at. I just don't want to look at it. No, she's part of my tribe. I'm going to defend her to the fucking death. And I'm going to poke my own eyes out and just die on this hill before I look and accept anything you have to say. That's where we are in this community. You know, we're judging books by the covers. We're not. Common sense has gone out the window. No one's experiencing in the outdoor. Common owl calls, common bird calls.
Yeah,
everything.
I wanted to talk about that eventually, but yeah.
Well, we can now. I don't got no more videos to show.
Oh, okay. I saw the
that's
Ozark Mountain Squatch has joined us. I don't know if you know him or not.
I do. That is Mr. Shane Carpenter from the 400. Of course, his renegade partner, Mr. Randy Harrington. They're over on 400. They're spot at 400. They got a lot of interesting stuff for their last couple of years. A lot of interesting trackways, and I think audio, and a lot of night investigations. They're practically almost always out there all the time. Actually out there doing actual work that they can actually show you, provide documentations with. And I think they're working on it. Tennessee, I believe, around that area. Be a nice place for us to go eventually if we ever make our way down there. Microphone monkeys. Oh man, that's a great one. Microphone monkeys, because everything's a Bigfoot. And it's it's just sad.
Me and Tyler went out there last weekend. We had nothing happen really. So we're getting out there. Just not evidence is flowing.
Yeah. That's what happens.
It's needle in a haystack, pretty much, going out there every time, unless you have location that they're at. It's almost impossible.
You got to look at the data. You're just not looking at the data hard enough. Or you're not. I think a lot of people go out there a couple times and then it gets hard, gets frustrated, and then it's just easier to make up shit. It's easier to, we heard some Bigfoot stuff, and my audio recorder wasn't going. Sorry, oops. And that's what Debbie and all them at the Beast TV crew and are doing as of late is the audio is not working, and it's a big laugh. It's a big laugh. It's just too many fakes, too many storytellers, and that's why what's the resolution for 2024 with these hoaxers? Because the last couple months, it's there's a difference of approaches. Calling out certain people, and then it's maybe we shouldn't call certain people because basically their feelings will get hurt.
They probably don't think they're hoaxers. They're just a little white lie here and there.
Some people
don't hurt nobody.
Mentally some people have mental issues, and basically if we expose them, it could shatter their reality and they might off themselves. So you gotta tiptoe around them people, but at the same time, fuck that, man. We shouldn't have to tolerate that. That's bullshit. They're the one hoaxing. They're doing all this shit, and they should be known as a hoaxer and a liar. And I don't want to wish anyone to horribly do that to themselves, but at the same time, this is just about fucking Bigfoot, guys. This ain't fucking right. That's the excuse, it's just Bigfoot. They don't take it too seriously, or So I've been kind of thinking and debating and saying, talking about. Maybe we should tiptoe around certain people who have mental issues or who have trauma, and that's the only reason why they're hoaxing and stuff. But at the same time, it's like that asshole part of me is like, yeah, fuck that. No, fuck their feelings. That's ruining this country. Is you fucking my feelings are hurt. My feelings matter. No. Because anyone can feel about anything, anytime. Feelings can change at the instant of a moment. Feelings can change, or can be interpreted. It is an ever-flowing muddy circle that it's just no. So I'm kind of leaning into the bitches. Fuck that. Let's call everyone out. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because they should be known at this. If everyone thinks I'm an asshole, I'm being mean because I'm calling people. Well, I don't care about your feelings. Your feelings are not facts. Your feelings are not reality. I want to say your feelings kind of don't matter in a way, because I don't want feelings dictating the next 60 years of Bigfoot. What do we do? What do we have to show for ourselves these last couple of years? Feelings? Hoaxes?
Yep.
Oh, hey, we. So
what's up?
I think. Well, I got distracted by this comment. Yeah, fuck their feelings and stuff. You can. Feelings don't have no. They have no place in the Bigfoot community when it comes to evidence, when it comes to analyzing evidence, when it comes to exposing people because of their evidence and hoaxing. Real hoaxing allegations that we can prove and stuff, not hearsay and stuff like that, but experiences and stuff we can show. We have to call those people out because we can't tolerate bullshit. You can't tolerate these narcissistic people who are telling lies to your fucking face. That are so fucking stupid that you have to dumb yourself down to believe. Like the Cryptid Hunters, you gotta dumb yourself down to believe her data is reality and make Sunny Vader's video legit because of her fucking data. I guess she got mind spoken to when Sunny Vader is a decade-old history of hoaxes, known hoaxes, being exposed over and over and over and over again. And people who don't know who Sunny Vader is and are only her fans and never been exposed to anything else believes everything that she's saying. Now thinking that's a real Bigfoot thing, and it's just spreading bullshit. It's not even real. We can't even get the real evidence to be spread out there with a deal with muddy water. So who does it matter if we get some real evidence? It's so flooded with bullshit. No one can find it. No one can see it. No one wants to even discuss the real stuff. Only the lies and storytelling is the only thing that matters. So, what we're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. All right.
What was the what are those people called? The Sqautchwatchers you played earlier?
Yeah.
I had some comments on that, but I forgot what the video was. I don't know if you can play it again or not.
Of the audio clips?
Yeah, of the Sqautchwatchers, the new ones you had.
Yeah, not the interview, but the just the vocals that they misidentify. Yeah, we'll play that. So these are just owl calls. These are the most basic owl calls you can fucking hear in the woods. And the interview that they were on, that news show, I'm slipping the name of the... Anyways, Catskills, whatever, collective.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy's biased as hell, too, as well.
Yeah, he's watching our show.
Yeah, he brought it up to them, but he could tell he was more on their side, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, especially once the evidence proves it is clickbaity and stuff. So let's play this right now.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
Yeah.
So what you're hearing is a possible Sasquatch giving call.
You mean an owl?
I wish I would go through the trail if we're going to go in. Now that was something. Go in. Hello.
He just cut the camera on and we missed it. It's
There it is. Behind those frogs.
It was like this big.
Here, can I turn my light on? See if there's
Honesty and integrity.
Well, I ain't gonna do nothing with
Okay.
your light.
Well, let's get a bigger light. Man.
No, I swear to God, it was a rock. I heard it. Like, I heard it ding. Well, obviously.
I didn't hear nothing.
I thought it hit. Like,
What was that?
that was my eye.
Close your eye.
Like, it hit right there.
Close your eye. Which one? Close your eyes, not hit.
The one that's not hit?
Open the
Oh,
one
you
got
got
hit with. How many fingers?
Blurry. Blind.
God almighty.
Blind.
Yeah, your eyes all watery and red.
Hang on, we got a napkin.
Which way did it come from your right?
It come from like.
That's where you were seeing the spots.
I remember what I was gonna say. They were saying on that live stream they only post the best of the best. I'd say mostly they post maybes. They don't really post the best of the best.
The best of the best. They stand.
They
behind
post whatever
what
they
post.
think might get views.
Not clickbait. And the interviewer even says that they don't post clickbait and stuff like that. Like, it's kind of discrediting because, you know, that shows. Well, you know, that's a step back in our community. Like, you're promoting hoaxers and stuff. You watching our show. I'm the only one calling these out guys consistently out for 12 weeks straight because they've made the show for 12 weeks straight with stuff they have, stuff they produce, and stuff they keep pushing. And because it is clickbait.
Out of the only videos you showed just now, the only one that might not be an owl is the one that says giant Sasquatch. Because that was during the daytime. But I know owls can
coyote
come
or
out.
A bird.
I know they can, owls can, or birds or can
Let's take
come
a
out
look at
during
this.
daytime, but everything else was more owl. So
let's take a look at this. So this is the one where one of them picks up a rock and throws it on camera. He picks up a rock, lower right-hand corner, it sails between the two trees right there. It rolls down this hill. What does it say? A Bigfoot on camera trying to distract us during an investigation! Exclamation mark. A Bigfoot. I mean, this is not clickbait, right? This is they only post the best stuff and they stand behind what they post, especially from themselves, right? Because they'll post whatever bullshit hoaxes from anyone else. They don't really care, but especially with their videos. This is how low IQ this stuff is. He films himself picking up the rock, throwing the rock rolling down the hill, and then has the balls to fucking say a Bigfoot tries distracting us. Really? And they vet everything, and they, you know, super serious, honest guys. We're just jealous. We're jealous of that rock throw. We're jealous. I am jealous that he can fucking pick that rock up and chuck it on there, claim it's a Bigfoot, and not get called out on it. I'm not feeling jealousy. I'm feeling bewilderment.
I'm jealous that people, you know, thought it was a Bigfoot.
I feel like I'm living in the Twilight Zone when I see that, and no one's reacting how a normal person should react. There's another video of them. He picks up a rock, he chucks it behind him. They don't hear nothing, and they have the balls to say, "Did a Bigfoot catch the rock?" And on the video, they're all like, "Oh my God, I didn't hear nothing." What are you doing? What are you guys doing? What are you doing?
They don't know. They
don't know. Well, they know in the interview, and they're tired of it. You know, they're doing their best, and you know, it's just not fucking good
Bigfoot
enough.
attacked them, and they had to.
They do. They have clips and titles that say Bigfoot attacked them, Bigfoot chasing them, Bigfoot yells at them to get off their territory or whatever the fuck, and it's owl calls, and it's the calls we hear, and there's some other stuff that I just didn't record. I didn't have time.
I didn't know. I didn't know it was that easy to find Bigfoot, in the wild, but they're finding them every week.
Let's just take a look. Let's go to their page and let's just go take a look. Because some people, seeing is believing. Experiencing is better. All right. And we're jealous because they got Bass Pro Shop sponsorship because
I couldn't care less.
Why the fuck does that matter? And honestly, to me, it just seems like Bass Pro Shop didn't watch any of your videos of evidence because it's if Bass Pro Shop didn't know that was out calls and they're thinking it's Bigfoot, bro, that they don't give a shit. It's not about the content of the character. It is just the flashy cover of the book.
It's whatever brings them people wanting to buy Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, they make a little bit of money, do a little bit of this, whatever. It works
whatever brings stuff to their site.
I mean, shit, if I had a Bass Pro sponsorship, you better believe I'd be trying to bring some of those people out in the field, trying to have them experience Bigfoot. What better way than have a Bass Pro representative go out in the woods with you and have a Bigfoot experience? And now it's like, hey, this shit's real. Like there's some real opportunities in there, but not just selling stuff and making money. Making commission off of stuff, right? All right, so you guys can finally see the screen, right? All right, so let's look at some of the shorts, right? Because volume up.
Is that why they post the shorts? I don't know.
Oh no, they got videos and stuff, but most of the stuff that they keep posting, is a full video of Bigfoot juvenile group. No vetting or anything. They just push this stuff out there. Bigfoot leaves a trail of evidence after fleeing from mineral springs, mountain forest fire. And they find tracks. First family body cam photo, blah, 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 blah. Chasing Sasquatch, Friday the 13th. Bigfoot calls to us and tries to set up a trap. Not clickbait at all, guys. Giant Bigfoot mistaken for a bear, feeds boy to a bear. So that's where that little kid who got kidnapped. I think they're just retelling that story. Pursuing Bigfoot vocals on foot with police-grade body camera. Which doesn't mean shit, in my opinion. We use a drone. Bigfoot investigator is almost attacked and eaten by a giant unidentified creature. Not clickbait at all, right?
Doesn't look like it to me.
14,000, 19,000, 14,000. Pursuing Bigfoot. Security cam. Dangerously close to Bigfoot 2. Tracking Bigfoot across a desolate North Carolina mountain. Bigfoot yells at us. A ghost communicator insults our mothers. Bigfoot tribe surrounds us after finding footprints. Okay. Bigfoot travel in the path. Bigfoot tries to tell us something. We receive new gear. It ain't it. Look at his face. Look at Tate's face. Oh yeah, come on now. We were not supposed to find this. Like, okay. Are we not living in the reality of the earth? Or from the interview, did that guy not look at the same Sqautchwatchers that I do? Volume up, never before heard Bigfoot screams and crashes. ATV chases. So a lot of this is not from them.
Yeah, a lot of it they repost from other people.
Yeah. And
and then they take credit for themselves.
Right here, giant Sasquatch howling, warning at us.
Do
not enter the woods.
The only way they get away with it is they comment on it after the video plays, and then they take the money from the video for themselves.
A lot of the times, yeah, exactly. They're copying videos and putting it on their channel.
Do they at least off of it? Do you know if they put where they got the video in the description?
Half the time, no.
Or like credit the video?
Nope.
No.
No, these are finding the tracks after the major fire. So this is the evidence from that major fire video, which is nothing but bull.
As far as I know, as far as I know, my video hasn't surfaced on there, so that's good.
Yeah. So right here, Bigfoot yells at us. This is a fucking owl. Let's play it. It's a fucking owl.
Let's change the octaves.
Can't keep a straight face. I don't know. Who knows? So was that Bigfoot yells at us? Or was that the most basic every
That
night
like a bird
owl
owl?
call?
Yeah.
You can hear that every night. Anytime there's that is the most basic owl call you could hear from a barred owl.
How many views they get?
But they're doing their best. They're men of faith, so they're not lying out there, right? Because they just threw that out there in that interview. That means a lot. And something about doing a TV show and rituals involved. I don't know if you guys caught that. Something about rituals involved and not going with their faith, so they turned that down.
Yeah.
Illuminati or something. I was like, okay. All right, but anyways, either they're lying out here.
They're about to replace Expedition Bigfoot.
That, yeah, that would
be fun to watch.
Either they know this is a fucking owl or they're so incompetent that they just don't know it's an owl. So, like, what is it? They lying? Hoaxing? Do they know? Because that smirk in the face is like, they only present stuff and they, with integrity, the highest quality stuff, the best stuff. No clickbait. Come on. And the interviewer, I can't remember his name right now. He has the nerve to say they're one of the best crews out there. What are you laughing at?
What Randy just said.
I watched a guy drop his britches and shit 30 feet from me, scanning with the thermal. He was too scared. He let piles of estrogen about to open his eye and shit himself. That's fine. These guys, and so watching that interview and that content from that dude, it's like, come on, man. That we're not jealous. We're not talking about these Sqautchwatchers because we're jealous. We're talking about them because of the content of their book, the content of their characters. They want us to view them as integrity, faithful men who don't lie, who are out here trying their best. They're doing the right thing. They're just getting called out. Well, it's bullcrap because it just proves it. This is all clickbait. All this video's clickbait.
I don't know.
Tate. That's his name. I finally learned his name, Tate. That's Tate. I don't know. He's not the leader, of course. Is this man in green right here?
I don't think any of them are leaders.
I don't know. He's the oldest one. Unidentified creature lets out a cry and weeps on camera. And they find tree structures or whatever the heck, and then everything. This is some freaking tourist show in Thailand or the Philippines or something. And, of course, they're blown out of their minds but, their excuse on the interview is, well, we like to post whatever, hoaxes, fake stuff, whether we believe it or not, whatever. It's all just for their fans who it's for them. That's the stuff they want to watch. So, again, there's no integrity because, real person doesn't post shit just to post shit for their fans to have sub count and viewership and views. Real integrity means, I'm only going to post stuff that is real. I'm only going to post stuff that pertains to the subject. It pertains to me, the group or whatever, the community, not what we're seeing here, like a near lethal confrontation, Just everything. You got to find some of the stuff that's there right here. Bigfoot shakes a tree and scares us. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this one.
We want to see a figure. We don't want to see the black balls. Don't want to see no meaty black balls. Hey. Yes.
You see that?
Yep.
Let's go investigate it, boys.
I will say, at least they're out in the field, you know.
That
at least they're trying.
I used to say that. Right? Until these guys showed me that no, it really matters what you do in the field and how you conduct yourself.
Now, I don't know if they're at like a park down the street or like actually in the woods, so I can't. I don't know.
Yeah, just behind their house in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
All right, so that one, my opinion about that is, one of them probably fucking threw a rock or some dinky little thing fell out of the fucking tree. It was not some Bigfoot throwing or attacking or doing whatever the heck to them. It's over exaggeration. And the bad part is, maybe these guys could get real evidence to going out there, but like, obviously a lot of people probably would believe it, but like, any serious researcher or scientist who looks at this stuff is going to look at all this and think, nah, too many red flags. Too many red flags to be trusted. Right? They got all this stuff. A lot of it's not theirs. Bigfoot yells in the wilderness.
Looks like at least 50 to 60% is not theirs.
Yeah. On shorts. Yeah. On their videos.
On their shorts, yeah.
Yeah, so well, we're not making money. We're not,
It looks like their shorts are getting the most amount of views, but I do know that the shorts views in general do not get like a lot of money.
No, they get monetized differently. Videos and stuff. And every channel gets
They are making something, like you said earlier, but it's not like a wild amount.
They probably
they are making something though.
Oh yeah, they're getting couple.
I guess it depends, but yeah, it looks. I don't know, it'd be like 10K average, at least maybe like $100 maybe per video.
I was gonna say it's 20. Some about 4,000 views sometimes gets $25, give or take, plus or more too. So yeah, $100 per video. Start cranking out a couple videos.
I think shorts. I don't know what the price is on that, but I know it's like maybe a cent per view or less, or yeah, probably less than that.
It's
probably
less.
Like
some YouTube gets paid like 1 cent per view, like and stuff. It depends and stuff, which is a lot. So they get like 25,000.
Click on shorts and go to popular. Might take a minute. Oh, there you go. I don't know. Does it pop up at the top right there? Yeah, popular. 3.3 million. So I guess it depends on what gets the views.
This is racking up. It's racking up money.
Yeah.
When they say they ain't really making money, I mean, I think they just say that because they don't want people to know how much they are making.
I guess it depends on World Bigfoot Radio.
Now, as for a group of them, probably if maybe it's not too much money to split between 5 guys or whatever, but if it was a single dude or whatever, yeah, that it's enough to pay probably rent each month or every other month.
World Bigfoot Radio said his has been demonetized, his channel completely, so it's possible that theirs has, but I'm not sure if you clicked on the video and an ad played or not.
I don't think they have their analytics that we can view and stuff, but
Well, no, I'm just saying if you clicked on a video when ad plays, what I'm saying.
Yes, yeah. They are fully monetized.
Oh,
they,
okay.
They got their links. They got their merchandise stores. They got all this.
I'm just saying they're not being truthful. Then, yeah.
No, this is the problem. And this guy puts these guys on a pedestal as like, oh, this is what Bigfoot researchers need to strive to do and stop being jealous because of their popularity. And like, we should be great. We should be happy for them because they got a endorsement deal by Bass Pro Shop, and they're getting all these views and popularity, and it's good for our community because that means more people are going to follow in our community, basically, quote unquote. But they're just nothing but fake bullshit con artists, or they're so incompetent that they don't know simple owl calls. So like, it's not good representation of our community. It's not a good thing to promote. They're not good people to promote, especially when you can easily find them hoaxing or not knowing basic reality of an owl call. What kind of professionalism is that? What kind of integrity is that? What the heck are we?
That's called just going out into the woods, making a sound, and seeing what replies. Pretty much.
We could do that. Oh my God! How easy it is. You know how easy it is if we went out easy. There. If we actually tried, like fucking tried, and used our fucking brains, and not tell anyone, and make a fake Bigfoot channel, and just start putting shit on there, dude.
You could do what
ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I'm sure if we act like Bigfoot's around every fucking corner and this and that, I'm sure my channel.
Post your video in 100 Bigfoot Facebook groups, you will get the views they get.
That's not true.
And then you have to put the red circles in your video.
I've posted stuff to 300 groups, and
I haven't.
It does not. It's just if you play the algorithm and you have catchy titles, you have catchy thumbnails, and it really gravitates towards younger kids and stuff. So like, if you watch a lot of the exploration videos or abandoned places or weird paranormal exploration abandoned places where like all they do is just go to some random place and like go look around the film, but like through the thumbnail and titles, like they seem like, oh, it's creepy and this weird stuff happens, and like, well, they have a very crazy pose in the thumbnail about them like almost getting attacked, and all it is like a little mouse runs out or something. But like the cover of the book is like so spiffed up, like every little, like it's almost packaged to like 5-year-old fucking kids to clickbait. And I've seen it, and it feeds into the algorithm, and it gets pushed harder and stuff like that. Yeah, only yellow circles are legit. Looks like we lost.
No, I'm still here.
You're still here? Oh,
sorry, I'm reviewing audio to prove your point.
It's just you just went all black and quiet. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm watching a video. It has 0 video to it. It's all black.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so the reason why we call out people or things, especially easy stuff that you can easily expose to call, like the Sqautchwatchers, they are so easily able to be called out on almost everything. That's why I've done it for the last 12 live shows, because it's been easy. They keep producing the content, and people keep falling for it, praising them, patting them on the back. You're doing good, boys. You're doing good. And it's all bullshit. It's just like, come on, how can there be a community? How can there be people in our community that try to talk about honesty, integrity, and they don't even vet the people who they're praising? They don't vet the people they have on. That's kind of why I stopped having people on my show to do shows, because, I had some people on where it was like, the story's kind of like, maybe, I don't really, and, you got to vet people. And there's too much bullshit, con artists, liars, and it's just storytellers that it's just much easier to just not deal with them. That's kind of why we stopped doing interviews, but we might do some more interviews with some people if they want to. They can always reach out and contact. get a hold of me. There's my personal email. You guys can get a hold of me. I'm on Facebook, got a Facebook group, Facebook page. You can find me. I'm in a lot of groups. I'm in 300 something groups, Bigfoot groups. I'm sure you can find me quiet as a mouse, just watching from the shadows, just watching what everyone's doing, looking at the fake stories, looking at it's people just randomly posting bullshit, making up stories on the fly. And it's just like, wow. And these are just nobodies, really. No one who's really trying to be a Bigfoot researcher. And it's because of the tolerance of hoaxes, the tolerance of storytelling, the tolerance of, well, they're nice. They don't seem like they would lie. That we're getting an influx of just trash, red circles, yellow circles, white circles, trash audio. Everyone is incompetent, doesn't know how to research, doesn't want to learn about animal calls, doesn't want to go to experience it. They don't have any instinct about themselves from the experience they have out there. That's the biggest red flag is when someone says they're out there and they've experienced stuff, and when I can go out in the field with them firsthand and what they do instinctually when we have real activity, or what they do instinctively out there in the field, it's like you're not mad. What you're doing here is not matching up what you just said and been talking about, doing interviews about. It's all bull crap. So you're very, very late to the show. You have a very interesting show to watch. A very kind of slow starting show. I don't know. There's just so much stuff that to keep showing with the Debbie stuff. Like there's I don't know, probably a dozen interviews of her I could watch of different years just to look at the details of the story of what she keeps claiming happened the first day, the second day, leaving out details, not talking about the chimes audio, talking about there's a clip of the tent being shook and pushed where she it's in the Bigfoot Odyssey documentary, and she's like, I made a little at the end, which you don't ever hear. So that clip sounds like a tent rustling. In one of these videos, I was watching her speak. They play an audio clip of the tent rustling, and to me, it doesn't sound the same at all. It doesn't sound like the same clip. I did not have that ready, and I was not able to find it, and I didn't write it down, timestamp it, of where to look for it at. But inconsistencies like that of different audio being representative of the same audio supposedly, but being different audio played different locations in all these interviews. It's very hard to keep your lies straight, especially when you're excited and you're telling lies, and you know it's so hard to keep your facts straight. And all you need, is just I don't know, she sent the gibberish, the Hey Debbie sound to the expert audio guys, Scott Nelson and David Ellis, one of them, or both of them, and Ron Moorhead. They thought it was legit, which is a red flag to me because everything else she's presented besides those two audio has been proven a hoax or a lie, or she has stopped talking about it and stopped playing the clips and stopped showing anyone. So like 2 out of 5 audio clips remain, give or take. But those are legit.
Were you saying Carrie from the presentation that was presenting with Debbie isn't a part of the group anymore?
No. Yes.
And is she still in the community though? Like,
I don't think so. I think basically after, I don't know.
Because you could probably interview her.
I guess I could, but
if you could find her, I don't. I'm trying to say
it's one of those things like where I don't know. I guess I could. That's kind of more like Nikki's thing. Nikki's show on Sasquatch Secrets. She reaches out to. She has people. She has the hoaxers on to talk about their hoax. I don't know how she gets some of those people on.
Well, I mean, she wouldn't be a hoaxer because she left, right? Or did
no. But like, I don't know. I mean,
I see what you're saying.
Try, but it's not really my thing. I guess I could, but it's I don't know what we would hear. Who knows? But the fact of the matter is, yeah, she did. And Randy pointed that out too. That there's some mumbling and stuff that he heard played on one interview, and there was Carrie sleeping or right there, and in the audio clips, in one of the clips it played, it sounded like she woke her up. She wakes her up and is like, "Did you hear that?" and stuff, and she's like, "Yeah, I heard that." Like, I mean,
that's what I have to do to Tyler. And I'm like, "Hey, Tyler, what the? Did you hear that?" Because he's just like passed out. I'm like, "Oh, God."
Right, but it doesn't. it just paints the picture of like the stories are not inconclusive, because if she's fucking sleeping, she's not awake hearing the clips, hearing this audio. Why is she in some of these interviews describing that she's awake hearing the audio when she's asleep? Or like the audio that was captured from that night, got all erased and all this. It somehow, all the best stuff, because she, what did she say? Right? She first met Mark at the symposium. He helped with the audio on the computer, right? That is when the audio got mixed in somehow for their presentation. Okay, whatever. But she went and took her recorder weeks after that, even to a couple months after that, and did the Audacity computer data transfer. And everything was off there. And then what was left and she didn't use, she recorded on her recorder and started playing at the conferences. The problem with that is she was playing the Kayla Ott's audio off of her recorder. And and it doesn't match up with the fact that if Mark helped her at the very first event they spoke at, and that is where the very first audio was transferred onto, how did it get transferred on to her audio from her main audio stuff into that mix back onto her recorder? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It was set up to be presented at a presentation. You download it from a recorder onto a computer, right? And DW said that he was handed the drives, right? Which meant that it was already taken off of a recorder and put onto the drives. She says that they put the computer from Henry's computer to DW's computer, and DW did his thing for the presentation. So does she claim that she took the audio, put it on Henry's computer, Mark Newbell did his thing, gave that stuff for their audio presentation? Okay. Did they then take all those clips and re-put it back onto her audio as a new recording? And then she's claiming that she took that recording off, did all the data, took that off, and that's how that recording was still in there magically? Because her defense on, well, the only way that the audio clip got mixed up was at the very first symposium when Mark Newbell was working on Henry's computer. Henry's computers had the audio file, the Kayla Ott file, that got mixed in and then was presented. Okay. That means that it was never on her recorder device, right? Because it came from that computer. It didn't come from her audio device. So when she did the audio dump transfer months later and started presenting that audio, why is that audio file? How did that get onto her recorder? Why is she using it at this other Bigfoot events months later and a year later? It doesn't make sense. It's basically Mark Newbell, Larry Porch helped her hoax some of this shit, did some audio work for them. And when they got called out years later, they had to backtrack and they had to cover up stuff and they had to get their story straight. Well, we never met Mark till 2 weeks after all the audio was captured. But the key thing is this buzzsaw sound. We're going to play it right here. Maybe Randy Harrington and Shane Carpenter know this sound. This buzzsaw audio clip. If we can identify this clip, this is probably the key to finding. This is just another key to the puzzle.
What I was gonna say, if this all was just all big old misunderstanding, why did she say, "Oh, this actually happened"? What, you know what I'm saying? Like this audio actually happened. I was there. I heard it. And she claimed it as her own and didn't say, "Oh, this was just an accident. It wasn't supposed to be on here."
And when the Kayla Ott says, "Did you hear that?" or "Can you hear that?" Debbie's like, "I said that." She turns to the other members of the sisters and says, "I said that to Carrie. I'm saying that to Carrie, who was there." Like, it doesn't make sense. So let's take a look. This is the key piece of audio besides the gibberish. If we can prove where the gibberish came from, some Japanese dude out in the fucking jungle talking like a hillbilly in his language or something. If we find that gibberish, where that truly comes from, I don't think it's original from her. This audio clip, I don't think it's original from her. If we can find out where this comes from, that will help expose this hoax even more and blow it out of the water.
It's like this power saw, it went into a whoop, and it was a perfect whoop.
Those two
actually
sounds familiar. I just can't put my finger on it. Those two whoops. We can figure out where those come from. That's another notch in that hoax. That's gonna be very hard to defend because she's never been called out for that. They've never been called out for that. But she stopped talking about this clip. She stopped showing the clip. She didn't send that to the audio experts. She sent the gibberish and, "Hey, Debbie, this was supposedly captured in the same nights. How come this wasn't looked at further? Where does this come from?" World Bigfoot Radio. I looked on your intro thinking that this was one of their sounds on your intro, and it wasn't there. And I was like, dang it, Bigfoot Radio. You let me down. I was like, man, I know his intro has a lot of whoops and calls. Very similar, not the same, though. Let's take a look at this. Listen one more time, because this is the mystery. We need to find this out.
It's like this power saw, it went into a whoop, and it was a perfect whoop.
We figured that out, where that comes from. I think that is key. Yeah, it's your fault too, man. I was like, I jumped to your intro and I was like, oh, I know this is going to be the golden nugget in here I'm searching for. And I was disappointed that it wasn't. I was just like, man, all of them sound kind of similar, close, and it's not the same audio though. I went on the BFRO. I went on some old ass websites. I started watching the hour and a half long clips, mixed matches of audio and stuff. It's like hours long of different clips, random clips strung together, old stuff, new stuff. And I got, a 5 hours more video of stuff I could view and look at and listen to, but I didn't have time to do that today to discover that. I am still searching. I'm still searching.
Randy just said that it Pretty much just sounds like Mark is changing it more than enhancing it.
Yeah, we could play some of it on the Bigfoot Symposium where she plays it, but he did enhance it for the Bigfoot Odyssey documentary. So let me let's do it right here because this is a different symposium. This is a different one. This is where to go. No. Oh, right here. Yes. Okay. We'll go over here. Go over this to share. Now you guys can see this screen, yeah?
Yep.
He's going to play it for you real quick. That's me talking. I said, oh my God, I can't freaking believe this.
So there is it being played at the 2019 Bigfoot Oklahoma Bigfoot Symposium. And that dude who walked right there was Mark Newbell. So here she's playing it right there. And then I'm pretty sure it's a guy's voice. We can keep playing it. I'm pretty sure it's a guy's voice. And now Debbie's claiming that's her saying it. But to me, it sounds like a guy's voice. I don't think you guys could probably hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it on your end with the guy's voice. But it's another one of those things where the Kayla Ott video, Debbie claims that's her saying it. But clearly it's not. Now in this video, Debbie claims that's her saying it. And to me, this is coming from somewhere else, because if this was from them, why have they went dark about it? How come David Ellis didn't check out this piece of audio? How come this isn't talked about? How come this went quiet? Because this has happened during the first night, second night. The only three things that remained were the gibberish, the hey Debbie, and this. But they stopped talking about this. Let's play this one more time.
That's me talking. I said, oh my God, I can't freaking believe this. That's me. That's me talking.
And some of the other clips, maybe in the Bigfoot Odyssey documentary, maybe one of the clips where she's playing that, you can hear the dude's voice a bit better. It pops out a bit better. So if we can figure out where that comes from, I don't think that came from there. I don't know where it comes from. I spent a couple hours trying to find that, where that came from. I can't find it. And it's very odd that they stopped talking about it.
It's possible it's just, what's it called? Like, someone was saying in the chat it was like a metallic sound. They just enhanced it in a way that made it sound like a Bigfoot howl, but it could be like they just took a clip of something and just transformed it into a howl.
It's very possible.
It didn't come from anything. It didn't come from anything. They just made it sound like it was more of like a Bigfoot.
The only person who, because Debbie can't do technology, nor did she have the computer, right?
Yeah.
And Mark Newbell's the only one who ever worked on their files and did all this stuff, right?
Yep.
So, but when they pushed the blame game, okay, of course, the Kayla Ott file came from Henry's computer, not from the original audio recorder. That, it doesn't make sense because where's the original files? Where's the mix up? Okay, like where's all this other stuff? Oh, it got erased. I only saved the most important files, stuff that was saved. Okay, well, what was that? Well, for a lot of years, it was the Kayla Ott stuff, Kayla Ott audio, and that unique piece of audio that we need to find, the gibberish and the Hey Debbie. So she got caught playing the Ron Moorhead howls. But it was basically those three things. Now there's this tent audio, which is changed. Some of these interviews and stuff, it sounds like it changed. The audio of the chimes that they played at one of the symposium, the very first one, they don't play anymore. They don't talk about it anymore because that was more Henry's, one of whatever, which one's the, not Carrie saying Henry's thing or whatever. It makes a metallic sound and even sounds a little slide flute changing and pitch and stuff. There's a lot of stuff. You can, Audacity, that's the program I use. You can do a lot of stuff to it. You can change it. You can change the pitch. You can filter it, refilter it, export it, come back, put it back into the thing, do something else, redo that. You can do that a bunch of times and it will change it. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of programs you can do that with. Audacity being free, though, more than likely it's probably what he did, if that is the case.
No, that's what he did. This is what Mark Newbell uses and talks about and stuff.
That's not what I use. So
I use it. It's free. I like it. I've learned it.
It's not bad, but yeah.
It's not bad.
I bought something that was like half off, and that's all I use now. I still paid like $100 for it, but
Jeez. Hey, well,
I was big into video recording back in the day. I'm still sort of am, but I got it.
Got it. Use it whenever. Well, hopefully with this new year, 2024, we will have an uptick in success and stuff. I would have to say. And maybe more evidence we can present to you guys. This last couple expedition stuff has been lackluster, or the real data on the video that we took isn't there. That's what happened last time at the conference outing. A whole segment of videotaping this eye shine and walking up this thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. It's like it didn't even record. And here I am recording off not my GoPro only, but my night vision. And
I guess I should have been recording too. My bad,
dude. I'm not. It's like whatever. It's been personally, this last year has not been the greatest for me. I've had a lot of heartache and craziness and losing data and videos and computer crashes and buying a new computer and losing. Well, it's not lost. It's just on a computer that if I'm able to access and
got to put stuff on flash drives.
Send it to the Geek Squad. Yeah, well, at the time, you don't think the computer's going to go.
Well, yeah.
But there are some stuff on there that I talked about and was going to release, and it's like, oh, man. And it sucks. It is a bummer. I have a piece of audio where I did in summer. I was doing very consistent audio every day for 30 days, 2 months. And when it turned into hearing little bits of stuff as maybes, and then randomly you hear whoosh, whoosh. You hear whoosh, whoosh, like someone picked up a stick and you're doing that whoosh sound. Whoosh, whoosh. You hear it up close, and then in a different segment, it sounds like it's farther back. And I was extremely thrilled, and now I'm very bummed out that it's gone. It's not gone. It's just the odds are not in my favor. Let's just say that. Of me trying to get it. So I understand real problems when it comes to audio and stuff fucking gone. And I know how to put stuff on Audacity and do all that. And you can't you can't put clips on Audacity. Like I don't understand. Like she has whole nights with audio, so she puts 12 hours with audio on at least, right? That's whole okay. And you start taking clips from that, saving it to the computer, saving it, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's dying. So now you got to record, go like this, and record. She didn't put, in one of the interviews with Mark, I think it was the beginning of Did You Hear That? Which is the whole basically defense. She said that she would when Mark worked on stuff and was sending stuff back to her, she would record it to her through just put record, turn it on, and record off of a speaker, off of her phone or whatever, because she didn't have a way to put it onto a computer or some stuff. Like the whole thing of like not having a computer, she's recording, putting stuff off the recorder. She's recording stuff back onto the recorder, not through a USB transfer, but recording through a speaker back onto the recorder. And like a couple times, it's like, no, this is not.
Yeah.
This is just, you're trying to tell lies and go in circles, and it's dumb. And I've had a feeling about Mark Newbell and the reports, the Beast guys, for a long time, a couple of years now, since actually firsthand experiencing with Mark. And it never set well with me, and just didn't have really much to call him out on. And a lot of people don't really expose him, don't go against him, because there's a lot of people, you watch a lot of his shows and it's very good old boys, and it's a very shiny book. It's a very shiny book that looks very nice and well kept, but the contents of the character is different, as Randy explained, as other people I'm sure can attest to if they would come out and actually talk about it, because I'm sure people have some stories. And then having untrustworthy people on his show. A few of them, it's just for clickbaits and stuff. It's all for the family. He talks about it and stuff. We're not judgmental. It's all about family, nice cooperation, and they don't want no alphas out there getting up and actually going and do something. No, that's not what they do. That's not what they do. They sit at camp and like, I'd love to quack, can't find it. Larry says, you come from halfway across the United States, all the way from across the United States. You go show up and hang out with them. Larry's going to wait till you go to sleep. Then he's going to go out and do Bigfoot and have experiences, because, well, for some reason, he's waiting for you to go to sleep before doing his Bigfoot thing, because that's what he likes to do. I like being solo too. But if someone came from across the fucking country and spent their money to come Bigfoot with me, the last thing I'm going to do is wait till they fucking go to sleep and then go be a jackass and do it myself. And then, oh yeah, I experienced this. You were sleeping. I've only waited in the chair for 5 hours for you to go to sleep, and then I went Bigfooting. When I heard that, I was like, that is exactly what you guys are doing. That was exact truth coming out. I'm sure you did do that. And how disappointing would it be to, come and hang out with Larry and Mark, and you're excited to go Bigfooting, and all they're doing is sitting in a fucking chair for 5 hours of camping. And it's like, what are we gonna do, guys? What are we gonna do? Oh, we hear a little bit of this here. Oh, we're just staying at camp, and then you wake up the next morning and Larry's all proud and happy talking about while you were sleeping, he went out and Bigfooted by himself and had a little action. When you just drove 500 miles, 1,000 miles or whatever, spent your money to come here and have an experience with the good old boys, if I was that person, I would be pissed. Although I wouldn't say nothing, I'd probably just leave. As a Bigfoot researcher and a person who could take people out and research and do stuff, I would, there's no integrity in that. That is just full out disgusting in my opinion. I don't know. It irks me. I guess it's because, when you're in that position of leading people or guiding people or hosting people, like all the trust is in you, right? You're responsible for a lot of things. Integrity, the trust is all in you. And I would feel bad if people spent hard-earned money, many miles traveled, and I'm just going to wait till they go to sleep before I do my thing. And they came to experience what you do with you. That was a huge red flag. And experiencing Mark firsthand, it's kind of like that. It's like, why even show up if you're not going to do anything? You don't do anything. End of that. I think this is a good time to wrap up the show. About 4 hours in. It's a good show. No one's going to watch past the first hour anyway, so who gives a fuck? I think only the real people watched all this all the way through and support us and stuff, because they value in the information that we present, that we showed, so in these clips, giving our opinion. Like, there's wackadoodle shit going on in our community, and I
don't think anything's gonna be
I'm a
done.
glass half full, maybe half empty, half full. I don't know if I should be optimistic or depressive about the future of our community and how next year is going to turn out.
The only way that anything will change is that people stop following them, but I guess we'll see, right?
Well, I guess, hopefully I guess the main goal is we need to do what the opposite of they're doing. So that we're all trying to inspire people to learn about Bigfoot, to go research, or inspiring younger generation, I'm sure. When you have groups of fake individuals who are inspiring new members of the community, younger people, future researchers. When you're a hoaxer and you're lying, or you're remote viewing and you're woo and this, and you're influencing them, you're influencing the future of the community. You're influencing younger generation of researchers. Because when I got into Bigfoot, I started researching and looking at people and looking at things and reading this and being influenced by different things, right? I just can't imagine what kind of influencing all this negative, bad hoaxing, the Sqautchwatchers, Cryptid Huntress, the Beast TV guys, all of them are influencing. And it's all based on hoaxing, false reality, lying, straight up mental issues, whether they believe it or not, or they do believe what they're saying, even though it's nonsense. Like, it's a dark times for 2023, the end of 2023. Bad information is way worse than no information. I grew up wanting to be a Bigfoot researcher in a time with no information. Now there's information everywhere. And it's full of so much bullshit that it is sad. It is sad. Anyways, that's it. Anything else you need to say? Get off your chest. Present. Spend another 30 minutes discussing?
No, I'm good. For now.
All right. For now. Going into 2024, I think we'll do a little things different here. We got some stuff planned in. I'll probably do some more shows exposing more hoaxes and stuff like that, but I think we'll have some other topics to throw in there, and we might have a guest or two interview and things like that. I'm not sure. We'll see. 2024 is here, and I have my own things that I want to. I have my own goals, stuff that I want to change, stuff I want to do, things like that. So hopefully we can get that all done. God bless every one of you. Hopefully pray, cherish your loved ones. Get, get in better relationship with those family members or their family. You should, especially over petty little stuff that doesn't matter. years of love can be forgotten within a minute of anger. And that is truly sad that years can be lost within a minute of anger. So don't let emotions and feelings dictate you to that point. Without that, and without further ado, God bless every one of you. Happy New Year, and we'll see you in 2024.